where we will receive the rest of the annual reports from some of the DSI's entities, so from the Technology Innovation Agency, the National Research Foundation, as well as the Council for Scientific and Industrial Research. I'd like to check from Shanaz if there are any apologies this morning.
Okay, only apology for late attendance from one of the members, which is Mr. Tambo from the EFF. Otherwise, no other apologies. The minister apology of Wednesday, you'll be out of the country. I think that one still stands. Those are the only ones recorded today, Chair.
All right, thank you very much, Shanaz. Can I check if there is someone from the department present this morning?
Yes, Chair, I'm here.
Okay. All right. Morning, Doc. How are you?
I'm doing fine, and you?
Good, good. Any opening remarks perhaps from your side before we hand over to the entities?
Sure. I just want to communicate that Tia has, is here to present the annual performance reports and their performance, but also we have a new chair, a new board, and I hope that we would give them the time and effort, I think, and patience to steer the organization in the right direction. I know we just finished the Tia review, and the process for finalization of the management report is going, hopefully will be completed within the next quarter, or at least definitely by February of next year. So I'd just like to say thank you to the chair and team for coming forward to present today. So those are just my opening remarks. Thank you.
Thank you. I see also Mr. Morphe on the platform. Thanks, Dr. Rebecca. Mr. Morphe, on your side, anything you'd like to share before we hand over to the entities? Okay, your audio, I could see you're speaking, but
yeah. I was just saying, I just managed to join now. I've got a new computer, so I'm still figuring out how to use it. So I'm only just getting in as you were mentioning my name.
Okay, no, we were just saying, we were just about to start, but I wanted to check from colleagues in the department if there are any sentiments they would like to share with us regarding the entities that will be presenting this morning. We have TIA, we have the NRF and the CSIR that are presenting. So Dr. Rebecca did indicate to us that TIA does have a new board, she also shared sentiments around affording the board an opportunity to turn the tide at that particular institution. I don't know if there's anything else that you would like to say before I hand over to the entities.
Chairperson, perhaps is to highlight that the CSIR will also soon be having a new board, but the board is currently still going on, I think, for another month. There's going to be a farewell for the board sometimes next week for the current one that is outgoing. But I think besides that, I don't really have much to say. I think in terms of how the current board has done in directing the activities of the CSIR, they have done a sterling job. So I don't really have anything to add in that regard. Thanks.
All right, thank you very much, colleagues. I'll now then hand over to the first entity that will be presenting this morning, which has been indicated to us. We have a new board steering the ship there. I see there's a beautiful, fairly young looking, I don't know, I can't say I am or not. And I'm not going to ask on this platform because they say, but I see Ms. Modise has opened her camera, and she is then the new chairperson of the board. I'm excited before you even open your mouth, and that is an unfair bias because we must also see your work come to the fold, but we do want to wish you all the best with your term ahead to you and your collective. And we really do hope that you will be able to turn the tide at the institution. And we want to affirm ourselves in providing support to yourselves in ensuring that you are able to play that robust oversight that you're meant to play on the entity. So let me hand over to the chairperson of the board, the new chairperson of the board. It is now 9:06. You have just under an hour to present. I see here it's an hour. Just if you could try under an hour to present, of course, without limiting you, but yeah, so I'll hand over to you and you'll hand over to the rest of the management that will take us through the performance report. Thanks, Chair.
Wonderful. Thank you very much, Chair. And on Tuesday, I turned 38, so we can put that on record. It was my birthday. But thank you very much and good morning to Honorable Chair and your honorable members. We thank you for the opportunity to present our annual report. I come with my fellow board members, Ms. Serenzile Matsebula, Mr. Butana Mboniswa, Mr. Tabiso Ramasike, Dr. Revel Aya, Ms. Lindiwe Mtlali, and Ms. Anati Kanka. And I'm also joined by our acting CEO, Mr. Patrick Krappi, and our various executive managers that represent various units of our organization. Chair, we are very excited about TIA's performance, which our acting CEO will present shortly. It's nearly a year since the new board has been on board, and we can be honest with ourselves and say we have seen some significant shifts and changes, and we are also integrating ourselves well into our national system of innovation, taking up the opportunity that we are presented as TIA, and also clearly mapping and engaging our various stakeholders within this space. And Chair, in the last presentation we did when we were presenting our APPs, there were a few questions of clarity from committee members. We were able to reply to them through a formal response, and I do trust that members did receive those. And then also everybody is aware that TIA is undergoing, and various other organizations in the NS are undergoing a process of review by the minister, a very necessary process, but my colleagues and I stand ready to support the minister in his mission to reposition TIA strategically in the ecosystem and also making us fit for purpose in the ever-changing innovation landscape in South Africa. And Chair, before I did indicate, TIA's time is now. South Africa is at a very interesting point of growth in its journey, and science, technology, and innovation are at the heart of this growth. As a country, we must eradicate poverty, harness equality, and create jobs. And with that as a key focus, TIA must play a critical role in de-risking and enabling technology and innovation in our country. So without further ado, I'm going to hand it over to Patrick Krappi, our acting CEO, and he will then take us through a presentation of our annual report. Thank you very much, Chair.
As we hand over to Mr. Patrick, yes. I was about to say, you know, when Chair is speaking, I'm like, no, but we've seen this lady before. But so when Dr. Maseremula was saying the new board, you are no longer new, colleagues. You've come and presented your annual performance plans to us, and we've seen you before. You know, you've had, yes, you haven't been in your position for a long time, but I don't know if we can still say you are new. But I just want to correct that we have interfaced with you and we have wished you luck before. I was, you know, with the amount of entities we engage with, I almost felt like, am I not seeing things properly? But I do know, Ms. Modisa, that we had interacted with you before. So I just want to correct that and say that we are familiar with yourselves. I don't know if we should still be calling you a new board, though. Let me hand over to you, leadership, Patrick.
Yes, thanks very much, Chair. I was showing my face only for proof of life purposes. So I'm going to switch off my camera just to get my screen in better shape.
We're glad you're alive.
Yeah, thanks very much. Yes, no, thanks. It's always exciting to speak after our chairperson. You get inspired by his articulation of where we want ourselves to be and what work we're doing. And certainly true to that, Chair, I think the report that we're presenting to you today reflects very positive results. Probably we are blowing our own horn. I suppose it will be for you to judge at the end of the day once we've done the presentation. But from where we stand, we are quite proud of our achievements, Chair. So just to start the presentation, I don't know if I'm managing to move my slides here. Okay. Just by way of table of contents, Chair, broadly speaking, we'll give an overview. I won't spend too much time on that. We'll focus on the core business of the day, the performance of the organization, showing our highlights. But in doing that, Chair, we will sprinkle our presentation with a bit of some of the interesting achievements.
Mr. Krapi, am I pronouncing your surname correctly, Krapi?
Krapi, yes.
Okay, all right, Mr. Krapi, can you please, if you go to the tab on display settings.
Yes, does it show two screens?
Yes, at the moment we're seeing two screens.
Oh, okay, sorry, I really apologize. That looks better.
No, not yet. Okay, there we go.
All right, I've just removed my big screen because I have an extended screen on the side, so it tends to duplicate.
Okay.
Thanks very much, Chair. Yes, so those are. So I'll then give a bit of stats on how we are doing on transformation, because that's quite important for us. Summarize that with an overall impact of TIA, because ultimately it's not about the numbers. It's about the impact we are making to society across the different dimensions. The CFO will then close with the audit outcomes and the financial performance. So let me just proceed, Chair. The TIA Act, and the Act was amended sometime last year, but the object of the organization hasn't changed, Chair. And I'll focus most on the second part, which is the objective being to support the state in stimulating and intensifying technology innovation. And the stimulation aspect is quite important in the role of TIA, improving the economic growth and quality of life of all South Africans by developing and exploiting technological innovation. So that's basically the objective of TIA, Chair. In terms of our vision, we plan to be a leading technology innovation agency that stimulates and supports tech innovation, improving the quality of life of our people. I prefer to go to the mission first before I come to the values, facilitating the translation of our knowledge resources into sustainable socio-economic opportunities. So those are framed broadly to reflect the extent of the TIA mandate and the impacts that are expected of the organization. And of course, our values, which is integrity, innovation, transparency, excellence, and professionalism and teamwork. And we try as much as possible to live by those. There are key policy legislative mandates that guide our work. The medium-term strategic framework, in the main, we contribute to outcome 2, long and healthy life for all South Africans. And the other outcomes, decent employment through inclusive economic growth. So those are the key ones, and the others are more those that the DSI has also decided to contribute to supporting other departments. The Economic and Reconstruction Recovery Plan, very important. But we're excited, Chair, about the evolution and I think developments around how far we've gone, one, in developing the white paper, but more importantly, the process of developing the decadal plan, it being the implementation document of the white paper. And it emphasizes specific areas. And I think at some level, there's very sharpness of focus in terms of what is it that we as the STI should be mobilizing around as objectives. And I think the department is providing very, I think, sterling leadership around that. We are focusing on modernizing sectors, key sectors of the economy around agriculture, manufacturing, and mining, big contributors to GDP, leveraging of circular economy and the digital economy, and these are new sources of growth, supporting health innovation and energy innovation. And so those are the areas of focus that we'll be driving. And even today, our strategy is embedded around those. We contribute to the bioeconomy strategy that the department had developed, and TIA is a leading contributor to implementation. It constitutes a big part of our budget around that. The president is organizing an imbizo in the Northern Cape, I think, around the district development model. And this is a key area of focus. It's something that continues to inspire us and direct us in terms of how do we localize the work that we do. Core business chair, organizational performance. Let me remind you and the members of what are the outcomes that we committed to in our strat plan. And I just put this slide already this morning because I realized that we are about to go straight into performance without recalling what is it that we have committed to as TIA on the 5-year plan basis. The plan is to address the challenge of commercialization, which is an outcry, I think, in the system, especially in the context of an economy that is growing slow, to say we have invested over the years in many technologies. Are we seeing these in the market? Are they creating jobs and all of that? So this is one thing that we are looking at and putting shoulder to the wheel to deliver against. Delivering against the bioeconomy strategy, exploiting the diversity of our country and the natural resources, and making sure that these are the main contributors also to the GDP into the future. Lots of potential coming from there. The last one is to frame it differently, Chair, and more easier, is to increase the access for SMMEs to key infrastructure facilities and enabling platforms for them to perform R&D activities and grow their SMMEs. And so that outcome is about that. With this said, Chair, the results. We, in the last financial year, we achieved 86% against our APP targets. This is what we had committed. And if you look at that number, compared it to the year before, it will show you that we were shortfall by 4% from what we achieved. But it's less about the number for us at this point. It's more about the substance of what is it that we delivered. Looking at the core mandate targets, Chair, we had 13 of these. We have achieved 12, and that's okay. The question is, what is it that we've achieved in the context of that? The core ones around commercialization, Chair, is the number of products that we've launched in the market. We had committed to launching 22 projects in the market, products in the market, and we outperformed significantly around that matrix. We achieved 37, so that's quite significant. And it's a core matrix around commercialization. Bio-based technologies that we have developed and demonstrated. This is contributing to the bioeconomy strategy. And when you talk demonstration, it means it's a project that is just about close to be commercialized, and it's looking for partners to take it to market. We had committed 15, we achieved 36, more than double the number. One of the things that is raised constantly by different reviews is partnership with industry. How do we draw industry to participate more in the innovation discourse? Is industry contributing enough in terms of funding? Is it participating? And so we made that a specific matrix in our KPIs to say we will foster collaboration with industry and make sure that they contribute funding and they work with us because they are a key route to market. For some of the technologies that we develop, they've got access to supply chains. We committed 15, we've got 34 that we achieved. One more time is double the number. Leveraging of funds, TIA is working hard to be not self-sustainable, call it that way, because it may sound like we're beginning to work towards moving away from being supported by government, but to be sustainable. And one of those things is about making sure that we've got enough money from ourselves in the context of declining fiscals to be able to continue to deliver on our business, but to bolster the execution of our mandate. So the numbers speak for themselves that we achieved 755 million against a target of 39. So these are big numbers, Chair, just around the overall achievements. Some highlights. In the belly of TIA, Chair, we are sitting with a portfolio, and this is an active portfolio where we are still disbursing money and we have contracts. 480 projects, at least by last year when we closed the year. The number has obviously grown within the last 6 months, but for the sake of reporting, the number was 480 active portfolio of investments that we've made. The CFO will speak about the unqualified audit later and the clean audit. So I'm not gonna still have standard there, but this is the 11th year that we are getting an unqualified audit. And then this is the second year in which we are getting a clean audit. So we're quite proud of those results. We have the Innovation Fund, Chair, that the department is piloting for the second year in a row. Now we should be heading into the third year. For the money that we have been given, we have invested by the close of the financial year into 14 projects. When we come next year to report on how are these performing, the number will be bigger, but the traction and the results will also be bigger. So right now we've invested and they're making and delivering against their milestones. One thing that we worry about in TIA is what do we do to try and make more money available in the context of budget constraints that we have to make sure that we are able to service our mandate of investing in projects. So we try to reduce as much money from operational expenditure and direct that into the investments. We put ourselves an efficiency ratio, we call it efficiency ratio of 30% at least, but we have overachieved. We achieved 28%, meaning 28% of what we spend has only gone to operations. The rest of the 72% has gone to investments. We have a fund called the Industry Matching Fund. It's also a partnership model with industry that has helped us to leverage significant amount of money from industry partnerships. I think consistent with the messaging around the district development model, we end the inclusivity on expanding to underserved provinces, Chair. We are running the Living Labs program on behalf of the department. The minister speaks about this a lot. Last year alone, and this is early years of launching this program, we established 3 Living Labs. And this financial years, I'm talking, we've established more. Core to TIA mandate, Chair, this is something that I really want to emphasize, is that when TIA was established and is raising the ETER, is fundamentally to worry about ensuring the translation of South African research output and publicly funded IP into commercialized technology. So a great deal of our money, we try to direct to universities and science councils. And so this is where the heavy lifting is happening, and just to make sure that we get better returns from our investments in the education sector. When we did our strat plan 2020-25, we looked back and said, what did we do? How much did we allocate to 2015-20? The number that came out was 57% on the other side. But onto the right-hand side, it will show you that we're beginning to push that number up. This results for the year alone, it was 75% that we've allocated to the university researchers and to the science council. So it's quite a significant amount that we're moving into honoring our mandate. Geographical spread, we worry a lot. The white paper emphasizes the need for inclusivity and the need for spatial transformation as well. And there's always generally a concentration of resources in government around 3 provinces of Gauteng, Western Cape, and KZN. We worry about this. These are the numbers that show, but they also reflect objective constraints that happen according to, on the basis of the, I think, economic and structural issues in the underserved provinces. But we are keeping an eye on that and trying to put together initiatives such as the Living Labs to be able to expand and make sure that there's vibrant innovation activity happening in those provinces. The gender issue, which we all worry about, and it's part of what we need to report on. We did the numbers and assessed how much of our investments have we in that year alone given to women. It came to 31 to 37%, the same number to youth. It's worrying numbers for us. We can never be satisfied with this. Clearly this year, our efforts are focused directly on making sure that we allocate more resources into these designated groups. Now, in terms of the specific results per outcome, Chair, and I won't spend too much time on this. I think I've already spoken about this. The technologies that we've licensed, we achieved 10 against 9. But one more time, I spoke about products launched. If you look at block number 4, by startups and SMMEs. We achieved significantly against that, 37 against 22. And what is interesting is the technologies that have been successfully diffused. One more time, we also exceeded that target, collaboration with industry. I spoke about this, but Chair, the overall message in this slide is just one. On TIA's key, I think, outcome and its core mandate, we have, I think, exceeded at least those targets that we had set for ourselves. But I think it shows that the leadership of the organization remains conscious about, I think, the call for TIA to play a much more active role and lead the innovation and commercialization discourse. This is right at the core of our mandate. So we are pleased with these results, Chair. We have the Dpme reporting matrix, and it's useful because it forces us to say, it's fine for you to commercialize and do everything else that to say. Show us what is the participation rate of women, show us what is the participation rate of youth and people with disabilities. And you must commit to numbers under each and every KPI. This slide, Chair, just reveals the results of our analysis of what is it that we achieved, for example, and I won't talk to all of these. I'll talk to technologies licensed. These are technologies that have been developed licensed. You'll see that 60% of the technologies that we have licensed, if you look at the demographics around gender, it's women. Youth is 30%, people with disabilities is 20%. So we have these designated groups being actively engaged and involved in the business of commercializing technologies. And we're proud about these numbers. I'll look at technologies products launched one more time, and you'll see the numbers there. Women account for 68% that have put products in the market. Youth are lagging behind. We were not able to achieve that target. So did we not with people with disabilities. But it's numbers that we are looking at, and we are paying careful attention to them. So we thought we should share these kind of numbers, Chair, to say it's less about just the numbers of technologies we put in the market, but we worry about transformation imperatives, and we are very, very deliberate in trying to make sure that these numbers are honored and kept. These are just project examples, Chair, because sometimes it's easy to speak about numbers, but a man in the street, when they read the TIA annual report, they need to say, we hear the numbers, but what is the actual substance of the story? And these are the technologies that we report, for example. I'm picking up a few examples, really, without going into too much detail. Trailblazer technology, which is basically a technology that treats industrial effluent and acid mine drainage. We used this technology was tested using tanker loads of mine water from mining operations. The technology was licensed to a Black company, Nesafasi. So we are quite proud of that for pre-commercialization and then and of the technology through a demonstration plant to treat AMD from several mines. So we are making traction around this, but these are some of the examples that we speak about how we are contributing to the challenges of the energy security in the country, technologies for energy storage using different systems, compressed air energy storage that was developed as an alternative storage system for energy. It has shown to have higher efficiency compared to others like batteries. And obviously there's zero carbon footprint. So when you talk about decarbonization of our economy under the just energy transition, these are the contributions with the technologies that we're developing and supporting as TIA. I won't spend too much time on that. There are collaborations with industry that I spoke to. This is an example of that. Very good story. One of our technology platforms, we have 8 of these, which are, let me call them infrastructure facilities that are located throughout the country. One of them is H3D. It's a drug discovery and development platform. And it was, and really, it really, you know, focuses on drug discovery of novel medicines for diseases such as TB, malaria, and those antibiotic-resistant microbial diseases. Focusing particularly on African populations, because we have to look after ourselves in this world. J&J has established 2 centers in the world, satellite centers for itself, that would do exactly that. They are called satellite centers for global health discovery. One of those is in the UK. And then the second one that they have decided to establish was in South Africa, partnering with A3D. Now, the story behind this, it really shows how much capability South Africa has, our competence as a country, and these are investments that we make and manage that are able to attract global multinational in the pharmaceutical space to be able to partner with us. They could have chosen anybody around the world, but they chose one of these because I think the expertise that sits in this facility is second to none in the world. The diffuse technology, these are technologies that are developed, given to communities to be utilized and deployed, mostly for social good and less more away from profit motive. So FiberPoint is one of those. It basically enables households to access fiber, to access Wi-Fi at a much cheaper rate compared to what is currently in the market. So this technology has been deployed in a couple of households by a small Black-owned company that was established as a spin-out by FiberPoint to connect to connect homes. So I won't spend too much time on these examples. During COVID, one of our investees launched a product where we worked with the South African Medical Research Council together with the DSI, ran a competition to fund entrepreneurs who could come with diagnostic kits for COVID that were rapid, cheap, because we were struggling to access these around the world during the height of COVID. Just from a small investment of 18 million rands, we ran a competition. We funded 5 of these entrepreneurs. 2 of these developed the solutions. One of the ones that was best came out as Cape Bio working with the CSIR. So we funded all of those. The good news is that they were able to get SAPRA approval, and SAPRA joined the party and being able to accelerate the approval process. The test kit, Chair, at the end is something that sells and somewhere in the region of 30 rands to 35 rands compared to what we pay when we go to Ampath Laboratories and the other things. But it's a point of care solution. So that helps. And he achieved an award during the Black Industrialist Excellence. On the bioeconomy, I'll speak to one KPI, which is successfully demonstrated. Again, we've achieved that. We've significantly overachieved against that target. Now, demonstrated technologies, Chair, sits at the heart of what we call TIA's de-risking mandate. So what does this mean? Outside of commercialization, which is a later part in the process of innovation, the role that TIA plays and raising the ether of this organization is to bridge the innovation chasm. This means that our job is to fund people who have ideas that no one else will fund, enable them to come up with prototypes and to be able to develop the technology, demonstrate it in a live environment, and show investors that have come up with a solution that we think we want to scale up, but we don't have the money for. So traditionally, TIA would not be funding anything more beyond demonstration. It was something that we've always left to the market for those investors when they see a viable opportunity to put money into and take it to market. And so we've invested a lot in what I call the de-risking of the innovation ecosystem by developing a pipeline of highly de-risked technologies for others to take to market. And of course, we are now intervening through our commercialization approach to make sure that in the middle of the challenges, we need to show traction as an organization around commercialization. So I'm speaking only to that, Chair. The others are pretty infrastructure related, and we are doing good on those. The bioeconomy, demographics, I've picked up only one matrix there. Again, the technology is demonstrated. That 75% of these were women, 64% of these were youth, and unfortunately we have 0 from people with disabilities. And obviously, you know, there's a story to be told. or I suppose it raises eyebrows to say, what is it that we should be doing to bring more people with disabilities on stream to be able to participate in the bioeconomy sector? And I think it's something that we worry about as well, trying to put strategies to make sure that we address that gap. These are project examples, and I'm not going to go into them, about what we mean by technologies that have been demonstrated. One of them is the fish bait product that has been developed from insect meal as a bait for crab and other kind of creatures that we are fishing out in the sea. So a few last slides, Chair, from my side is just an example. I've spoken about J&J, so this is just a highlight slide, and I'm not going to speak about it again. I think I've spoken enough about it. There is a company that we are launching a product next week in Devon, Sawubona Mycelium. This is a company that has benefited from one of our technology platforms. So we have a big event there, and some of our board members will be joining us to launch that product and introduce it to the market. But it's a product that it's a company that has been supported by one of our technology platforms there. Last year or early in the year, we also launched a new cluster for active pharmaceutical ingredients with a company called CPT Pharma. They've got very high-class laboratories, and we're partnering with the department on that. In any case, the department is providing us funding for that. The Northwest University and some other industry partners are also part of this. This is an area where, as a country, we need to be self-sustainable to be able to go into pharmaceutical manufacturing ourselves. So that's good. The important thing is that Bill and Melinda Gates, they picked up that this is yet another facility in South Africa that they can partner with, and they provided 2.2 million rand funding for malaria drug process optimization at the cluster. So we're bringing international partners, Chair, with some of these platforms, very, very critical interventions in the system. They play an important role in the de-risking mandate of TIA. So they're quite integral into the mandate of our de-risking businesses TIA. The last outcome, Chair, is around SMME supported. The number that will hit you as the most glaring there is the SET support that has been provided to SMMEs. And I apologize to members because I'm using acronyms here that have not been explained. SET stands for Science, Engineering, Technology support that have been provided by SMMEs. Just to emphasize that you don't find easily this support anywhere else as an SMME in the country, except at the technology stations in the main, and then you will find that also at the technology platforms, because you want access to laboratory and access to other facilities that can provide you engineering services. So it's a unique kind of infrastructure outfit that is sitting in the belly of TIA that enables us to deliver on our mandate, Chair. We had a target of 3,500 that we aimed. We missed that target by just about 330 SMMEs. But what is pleasing us is the quality of the SMMEs that have been supported through these infrastructures. We achieved 316 of that. The human capital development contribution for postdoc students, we achieved 96. So we achieved that target straight away. The number of knowledge innovation products, knowledge innovation products are basically your prototypes, your intellectual property, the patents that come out of the research work that has been done, that has been protected on account of the funding that we provide. So we had 179 of those achieved. These are just the numbers, Chair. Again, I'm providing the breakdown of the beneficiaries. The members will have received the hard copy of the presentation. Really, I don't want to take you through the pain, but the story here is that we're not doing too well in this area. And I think from a demographics point of view, we need to improve on this. We've got other programs, Chair, such as the Seed Fund. This is an important program, Chair. And so it's a program we started in 2013 that we partner with universities, technology transfer offices, They are the ones that issue calls. We issue a call, and then they look for opportunities in the universities, and we make joint decisions to fund the technologies there. Just for the last financial year, we supported 82 projects. Those are what we contracted, a certain percentage from higher education institutions, science councils, and SMMEs. And we are showing percentages of women around that and how much funding we've leveraged through just that small amount that we put, and the number of knowledge innovation products, as I mentioned, prototypes, IP, technology demonstrators. These are the outputs that come out from this process. I spoke about the tech stations, Chair, so I shouldn't go too much into this, except maybe the last but one bullet, that we are establishing a new satellite technology station. Is a textile hub in partnership with the Gauteng Department of Economic Development. They've provided us funding for us to help them develop and support the textile sector. So we've got technical expertise in establishing this. One of our technology stations is supporting that process. There are project examples that are in the presentation. People have to stop queuing in the police station just to try and get their documents certified. So there's a young innovator who has developed this technology, which can be placed anywhere where people can basically do a certification of their documents without having to go into police stations and so on. The Grassroots Innovation Program, I know also that the minister talks quite a bit during his budget vote speech. We are doing quite well. This is a program that enables us to drive inclusivity, where we target people that we characterized as living in marginalized segments of society and operating outside of formal systems of innovation. So we reach out to them and make sure that we bring them on stream so that innovation is not only seen to be the exclusive remit of the educated and. So it's a very inclusive instrument here. So we have onboarded 100 innovators. We're at 150 as I'm talking now, over the last 3-4 years that we've run the program. So it's doing quite well. We are partnering with CSIR, Insurance CSIR. We're also partnering with the Department of Tourism, where they have found, I think, good value from this program. These are the project examples that come out of this program. The industry matching fund, I spoke about the 500 million rands that we are leveraging through this fund. I'm not going to go too much into it because I think I spoke at length about it when we started, but it's a very powerful instrument that TIA has launched in the market that most industry partners find it well structured for them to partner with TIA around. And so we are partnering with the likes of the SMME Fund, who are putting significant amounts of money. And there are good numbers of outputs and I think performance from this program. The SAB Foundation just joined us last year. And so they've put in some money, 28 million into the fund as well for us to partner with them. There's the DST chair. I spoke earlier on that the DSI is piloting the Innovation Fund. And we launched this fund formally at the Innovation Summit 2 weeks ago with the DG and the leadership of the department, a significant instrument and intervention in the NSI that really sits at the heart of that which we're addressing as a system, i.e. commercialization, because we've invested in a lot of technologies, but there's little traction to market. And the issue is funding gap. The ecosystem is still small, the funding pocket is small, VC funding landscape is still small and underfunded. And this is an interventionist instrument that is designed to help spare that system and make sure that there's more money in the system to help drive commercialization. Fundamentally, that's what it stands for, Chair. And so there are other partners who are receiving funding from the department. We received 192 million over a 2-year period, and we've invested in a number of technologies within this. We are now going to round 3. These are a few examples. Members will have read these in the report. Stone 3 is one of our few investments. Short and long and short of the story, they are trading internationally, and they are able to help mines monitor their operations, especially processing of minerals remotely, to monitor their machines. remotely without being there. So they're able to sit in South Africa and monitor and mine in Australia its performance and report what's going on in their operations. So it's a very powerful technology, and they've created a number of jobs around that. The good news for TIA is that we are now beginning to get royalties from them. We are just at about 11 million rands that we're receiving from them. These are interesting, kind of inclusive, high impact technologies. Technovera, we funded a small amount to this. It's a young fellow who has developed smart locker system. Old ladies don't have to go queue in the clinics anymore to go get their medication with lots of papers in their hands. All they do, receive an SMS when their medication has been put in a locker. They go to the hospital straight into the address of the locker, put in the PIN and get their medication and go home. And that's how simple it is. And but it's a useful technology, Chair, that is solving some of our challenges. And you know, these medications don't have to be dispensed in the hospital only. The smart locker, you can put it anywhere as long as the hospital delivers it there. They're expanding to Namibia, and 100% Black-owned young man has got 10 jobs going in the company. So I think we're quite proud of the results of this. There's its own tea crafters. They come from Limpopo. They are now supplying food lovers with their varieties of teas. And so this is one more time on account of the funding that TIA has provided and some of the non-funding support, Chair. So these are administrative targets, Chair, and these are the last ones that I'll speak to. The one that we're looking at here is that, you know, the target around turnaround time. It's, you know, I can't walk away without, I know that the committee keeps a sharp eye on this. We keep a sharp eye on it, trying to do something. The board does not relent when we meet around the question of turnaround time. And so we are on our toes to try and address this. It continues to remain a bit of a challenge, but we have put measures to address and try and address this, and really, really requires thinking out of the box. Just the one point to make around this, Chair, is that it's a very, very difficult business. TIA's mandate is complex. We have set ourselves a target, but the target that we have set for ourselves to achieve and fix turnaround time is better than global benchmarks. When you apply for funding in Sweden or in Finland, you wait 8 months for a 15 million rand deal. In TIA, we had said you will wait 24 weeks. And so that's what we try. And I think it's important to put that into context. On the transformation one, it's around procurement. We don't seem to be buying enough from our Black people. And there are, you know, constraints sometimes around that, and the CFO can explain what are some of the challenges of getting enough Black people, women, and so on in this. To sum up, Chair, from my side before the CFO takes over, broad impact stories. The first is just around the jobs that we create from, you know, the investments we've made. Just last financial year, of the investments we made is 231 jobs, 12 spin-out companies created, a number of competitiveness improvements that have been made into the SMMEs that have enabled them to join supply chains of corporates, and the number of SMMEs supported, of course. We also help them with testing and analysis of their products, the number of business development product processes that have been taken up in the market, the products that we have launched. I spoke about that number. And companies that we've assisted with internationalization and market penetration. It's 52 in total. So that's quite significant to show that we are now helping the companies that are having a global outlook and pursuing international markets. We have technologies, 12 of these that we've diffused and handed over to communities to use to change their existential challenges. And around the transformation, we have made a deliberate decision in TIA, committed in numbers, that we commit 20% of our available funds to underserved provinces by design. We committed 8% of this to spend towards designated groups. And these are kind of the strides that we are making by being very deliberate in our commitments. And then we've leveraged enough funding I think, out in the market. I'll hand over to the CFO to just close. It's got about 3 slides and then we'll stop.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you, CEO. Chair, in terms of our audit outcome, our audit is audited by the Auditor General through a firm called Procurement Incorporated. In terms of the overall audit outcome, over the next slide, CEO, the overall audit outcome has reflected that we've been able to achieve an unqualified audit for the period. As CEO touched on a little bit earlier, this has been the 11th consecutive year that we've been able to achieve an unqualified audit. And however, for the last 2 consecutive years, we've been able to achieve a clean audit outcome. And that really means that within the overall audit of the auditors, there's been no matter that we've needed or have had to sort of emphasize within the audit report itself for the stakeholders. And this really just talks towards the commitment of maintaining a healthy environment and towards maintaining good governance and sound controls within the environment itself. Over the next slide, we've included, and historically the portfolio committee would normally be engaged with by the Auditor General in regards to what they call their dashboard. And within this sort of dashboard, this reflects the various sort of areas that the auditors look at in terms of their drivers of internal control, as well as various areas of risk. And what this sort of slide just really reflects is that based on that overall audit, and this is really, based on the various detail that they would look at, they've not been able to identify, or they haven't identified any matters of significance in terms of controls that they wanted to highlight even to the board or to other stakeholders. And it really reflects that everything really here is green, and we've been able to maintain the level of good governance throughout, even comparatively to the sort of previous year. This really just shows the level of controls that are being implemented within TIA itself. And then if we then move on to the financial statements itself, instead of then going to the detail around the financial statements that's presented, we wanted to then include just a overall an overview just in terms of the income and expenditure that we've recorded. During the year, TIA receives its income through its NTF allocation, and in the current year, this was 447 million. As we reported last year, we, consistent with various other public entities, had gone through a reduction of our allocation. And if one then compares it to the previous year of 2019-20, you'll still see that there's then been a sort of marginal sort of increase or a normalization of that income. With additional income that we've reported in terms of contracts that we manage on behalf of the DSI. And that shows that, in total, we've had total income in the region of 600 odd million for the year, which we then able to manage and be able to disperse towards our projects, as well as some of our administration expenditure itself. On the slide on the right-hand side, towards our investments and funds, and this graph really shows how much of sort of funds and our commitment of funds towards our investment expenditure itself. During the year, we were able to disperse 97% of funds that we received. And this shows again that for the last sort of 3 consecutive years, we've been able to exceed the 90% sort of the threshold allocation itself. Our investments are allocated to not only our existing pipeline, but also, as CEO touched on in the various presentation, around building a pipeline of investments in the market itself. This pipeline of investments is not only taken up by TIA, but also has quite a significant impact within the NSI itself, where it creates opportunities for follow-on funding by other investors into the NSI itself. I then move over then lastly towards the slide around our efficiency ratio, and I'll touch a little bit around the discussion around the procurement itself. Within our efficiency ratio itself, we've been able to maintain, and I think CEO touched on it in the earlier presentation, being able to maintain we have a targeted efficiency ratio of 30%. For the current year, we've been able to manage and being able to attain an efficiency ratio of 28%. And how we do this, and obviously this is aligned to making sure that costs are maintained at appropriate levels, During the current year, we were also able to reallocate an approximate 8 million from our normal administrative expenditure towards investment expenditure. So these really just talk again towards the commitment of making sure that costs are also maintained, but a large portion or the majority portion of funding is directed towards funds towards projects and project recipients in terms of investment expenditure itself. Investment expenditure amounts that were directed towards investment expenditure increased by approximately 10% in comparison to the last year. I want to also just then close the discussion around, and I think CEO touched a little bit around procurement with and our transformational targets. Yes, this remains an area of focus for us in terms of our procurement, and we direct our procurement spend. There are certain limitations that we encounter in regards to expenditure that's then bespoke to some of the technologies that we support within our platforms, where there are certain pieces of equipment where we have to continue with that service provider as the manufacturer and sole service provider for being able to maintain that equipment. We, however, are working quite hard to make sure that we identify Black-owned service providers, SMMEs, service providers with women and youth-owned businesses, as well as businesses with, as well as to ensure that those businesses, we are able to support them, and where possible, make sure that we identify those opportunities and be able to help them in as far as possible from a procurement perspective. I'd like to then close off that presentation and hand back to yourself, CEO.
No, thanks, CFO. I'm covered. I'll hand over to the chair.
Thank you very much, Patrick, and our CFO, Chair and committee members. This is our presentation. I'm not sure when we will have an opportunity to answer any questions that you might have, but we will be guided by ourselves. But we want to thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much, colleagues. We'll now be handing over to the next entity. So we'll do all the entities and then we'll come back for questions and responses from yourselves at a later stage. I'd like to then hand over to the NRF at this point. I'm trying to see on the tab if the leadership of the NRF is on the platform. I think I saw some of them logging on earlier, but Dr. Oboko, I think I saw you log on earlier on.
Yes, good morning, Chair. Can you hear me?
I can hear you and I can see you.
All right, thank you.
Good morning, Dr. Oboko, and good morning to Dr. Nelomondo from the CEO. I'd like to hand over to you at this point. It's 10 o'clock on the dot. So you have about an hour or under an hour to make your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning once more, Honorable Chairperson and honorable members of the Portfolio Committee. Thank you for this opportunity afforded to the NRF to present the annual report for the year 2021-2022. I'm also joined this morning by fellow board members, Professor Muswetsa, as well as Professor Paswana Mafuya, and the CEO is with us, as well as the full corporate executive team. Chair, from the NRF, from a strategic perspective, we seek to be South Africa's premier enabler for research for a better society. The NRF continues to drive this strategic objective through the 4 pillars of the 2025 strategy, which are transformation, impact, excellence, and sustainability. We are therefore pleased to have this opportunity to present the NRF annual report, and the presentation will be delivered by the CEO. It will really highlight some of the key achievements over the past financial year and some of the strategic public-private partnerships we have forged, as well as additional funding leveraged to advance the mandate of the organization. I wish to also add and take this opportunity, Chair, to thank you and the honorable members for your support of the work of the NRF and to further affirm our commitment to advancing knowledge, transforming society and inspiring the nation. I now wish to hand over to the CEO to present the report. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Chairperson of the Nrf Board. But let me also acknowledge the Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee and all the honorable members of the Portfolio Committee who are on this platform. I would like to also acknowledge the leadership of the DSI who have joined this presentation this morning. And again, a special recognition to the corporate executive team of the Nrf who led in the performance that we will be sharing with you this morning. I just want to get my slides on the screen. Maybe let me just check, Honorable Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, if you can see my slides.
Yes, we can.
Thank you so much. I will switch the video just to allow those with low bandwidth to go through the presentation without any hassles, if that's fine with you.
That's fine, CEO.
Okay, thank you very much. So, honorable members, thank you very much for giving us this opportunity to present the performance of the Nrf during a year that was not so easy, simply because this was the year that we were still going through the pandemic. And during the time, we were tested to sort of get into spaces that we have not perhaps been educated or trained to get over the previous years. With that said, I'm pleased to say the performance overall is pleasing, I think, to us and to the board. And of course, we do believe that the Portfolio Committee will feel it or will find it the same way that we have seen the performance for this year. The structure of my presentation is as follows. I will start with a recap on the mandate of the Nrf, just to remind everyone on what the Nrf is all about. I will then bring some elements that talk to the strategic context, and I will then jump into the annual performance itself. We will then, in particular, focus on the overview of the financial performance for the year 2021-2022. And I will also then share some progress on the Nrf Strategy 2025, simply because I think this is a very critical aspect to see the space within which this performance has been achieved. What is our North Star that we are following, which is our Strategy 2025. And I'll then highlight some of the key achievements, and I'll close with some current and future outlooks. So just to start with the recap of the mandate. Our mandate, in summary, can be embedded into these four bubbles that you can see. The first one being our role in supporting the research, our role in the provisioning of research infrastructure platforms, and our role in the provisioning of research equipment. And these then take us to the space where we talk about advancing knowledge. So creating a platform that will enable the system, that will enable the research enterprise of the country to be well equipped to then do that which it's supposed to do in terms of advancing the knowledge, which would then be translated into what we just listened to in the tier presentation. The other part of our mandate talks about transforming lives. And this is the part to which we advance through the postgraduate support. This is the part that we do by supporting the emerging researchers within our system. And again, Honorable Chair, I must emphasize the role of the young and emerging researchers in assisting the transformation agenda of the research enterprise. And it's something that I think we take very strongly to say, how do we ensure that we can support the emerging researchers who are going to be the future of our research enterprise. We also have an aspect that talks or that leads us to inspiring the nation, and we do this in multiple forms. One of them is how we educate, how we train various skills in various areas, and I'm going to talk about this as the presentation proceeds. It also talks about our role in creating a society that is aware of science, that can understand the benefits of science, that can understand what science can do to improve their livelihoods. And of course, communication becomes a critical aspect on that element. The fourth part can be summarized as strengthening the NSI as a whole. And this talks about a number of elements, a key of which are partnerships, where we say, how do we build new partnerships that will assist us, that will create synergies, that will make us to work in a coordinated form in strengthening the NSI so that South Africa can become a better scientific society. Of course, this then brings a number of elements, including providing system-wide information and intelligence that can be used either by policymakers or anywhere else, decision makers, even in the private sector, where we can say, how do we ensure that our national system of innovation can make right decisions on the basis of information that is available, that makes sense, and that is state of the art. So if I then just get into the strategic context, firstly, internally as the NRF, we position ourselves as a transformed and agile organization that shapes and influences all aspects of the research and the knowledge enterprise with unwavering commitment to transformation. And we talk about transformation broadly, with unwavering commitment to innovation, because we do believe that the outputs that come from the fundamental science that we support must actually make an impact in society. They must lead to innovative products that are going to create jobs and people will then become employed. We want, again, to be committed, and we are committed to making impact. And of course, this is not going to be achieved without excellence. This is not going to be achieved without sustainability. So these are the key aspects that we look into and we say, on the basis of these elements, we then become a society, we become an organization that lives in this African context with a purpose. So linked to this, Honorable Chair, our key focus areas talk to, and just summarizing the very same point that I've mentioned, and this is what we have called our ties. The first aspect being transformation, which is an imperative for a better future. This talks about impact and innovation, which I spoke about, but we do believe that for us to then have a better society, this can only be done through knowledge. You are not going to make impact, you're not going to be innovative unless you embed excellence into that. And excellence becomes the foundation that sets the standards. And we are not going to compromise on the excellence of the system. And of course, this requires us to be sustainable so that we can do what we are doing today and we can do it tomorrow again. And this talks largely to building a better tomorrow, which starts today. And these are the key aspects of our role. I'm not going to get into this slide in detail, but the key part here, honorable members, is that within the NRF, we respond to the MTSF priorities. We also look into the DSI-led or supported interventions and the indicators across the outcomes. And we look into what do we really do or what should we do to then advance that aspect. One of the aspects that we normally talk about is having an appropriately and sufficiently resourced expenditure in R&D. We want to have adequate number of PhD students that are awarded bursaries through the NRF and the DSI. We want to have a number of pipeline postgraduate students at other levels that are awarded bursaries from honors level and other areas. And of course, when you look into this aspect and you say, what is the NRF contribution on these outcomes? It's multiple forms, and I'm not going to get into the full details in this particular slide. But our investment in some of the infrastructure, SAFE being the South African isotope facility, being one of the examples that one can talk about. Our investment in innovation and attraction of global industry funding for research infrastructure and research funding is one of the areas where we have really put much effort on. And the view is that we understand that the state has limited resources. We have come to this committee, we have gone in various places with the DSI, into Treasury. The key aspect becomes there's no money, there's no new money. And of course, we can't just sit and say there's no new money, therefore let's work with what we have. This is the reason why we then say, how do we find ways of attracting new sources of funding that will support our science system in a manner that will be sustainable. And this is the reason why funding from industry becomes a key aspect where we're saying, how do we align? How do we ensure that we can work with industry in addressing the problems that South Africa needs to be addressed? Of course, postgraduate student funding is a critical aspect, but this again talks to the point that Honorable Chair, you have mentioned in your opening remarks, where we are saying this has to be to create a throughput and progression of students. But to do this or to achieve this, we also need to coordinate this and say, are these in the right areas? And this is where priorities then come in a critical stage where we are saying, are these the right priorities? Are these the areas that are going to develop our state, our nation? Just to give you 2 points here, just on this point, on this, and we have more details on the report itself. We have developed an income diversification framework during this year, and the whole idea is to look at this very point of how do we ensure that we can diversify income, we can diversify sources of funds that can support the cohort of researchers, the students, and the infrastructure that South Africa desperately needs to ensure that we can do adequate research. The other aspect is the DSI NRF postgraduate student policy, which had its first cohort of students during the 2021 academic year. And this policy tries to address a number of gaps, which I'm not going to get into the details now, but one of them is to minimize a leaking pipeline of students who starts at a particular level, let's say at honors level, but they drop because they want to go to a particular shop and start flipping beggars because the money that they have is not sufficient. And we're saying, how do we ensure that we can fund them adequately to the point that while they're focusing on their studies, studies become their core focus, and they know that they can complete their studies without actually working part-time at a particular beggar shop next across the street or so. But linked to this as well is an issue of ensuring that there's a good support. We know that the NDP puts it upon us that we should be graduating 5,000 PhDs from the year 2030 going forward. And that's not going to happen unless we encourage people to continue with their studies. And the policy tries to address that aspect by also saying, if we fund you properly at master's level and you want to do a PhD, you don't have to go back to the application process. We will fund you continuously. So these are some of the contributions that we have made to this bigger picture. Honorable Chair, with your permission, I will then jump straight into the performance. And I will just summarize some of these issues. And I will summarize them around the 4 programs that we are organized around. The first one being administration. And administration talks about the NRF internally as an organization, transformation within ourselves as an organization. The first indicator that I'll talk about is the transformed leadership in the management cohort, where the idea is to have the proportion of employees from the designated groups at the top 7 layers being transformed with a target of 49%. And we have achieved and exceeded this target, where we have that sitting at 61%. Likewise, we also want to ensure that the monies that we are managing for the system end up in the system, not in ourselves. So we try to control our overheads. And the figure that we have is that our overheads costs should not exceed 10%. During the year under review, we had our overhead sitting at 7.9%, which is way below the target. And if I jump into program 2, which talks to science engagement, this aspect talks to a number of aspects that relate to the excitement of the society about science. One of the aspects that we measure is the number of learners or educators or students that are reached through our programs. Again, if you look at this period, and this is something that one has to emphasize, that this was during the COVID year, where we could not have a lot of gatherings in various places, but still we managed to exceed the target, where we managed to reach over 30,000. I mean, our target was to reach just over 30,000, but we managed to get to nearly 52,000 learners and educators in some of the programs that will assist them in understanding or developing their interest in the STEM related sciences. The other one that I'm going to talk about, I'm not going to get into the full details of the other ones. The support of the engaged research, where we look into the number of NRF grant holders and national facility scientists that are taking supporting science engagements and engaged science. The whole idea is that people that we fund, it's not just you being funded to go to your lab and you work in the lab, but how do you engage society in that aspect? Again, we're a target of 240, and we exceeded that target by getting about 572 scientists engaging in some of the key science engagement programs. And this again is a remarkable achievement, given that it was a year that had a lot of restrictions in terms of movement and the gatherings and other aspects. The other ones, I'm not going to get into the details, but I think the key part is that we are an organization that I think from the science engagement aspect, we are driving things in the way that we are supposed to drive as per our mandate. Maybe one that I just have to talk to is the last one on the building science engagement capacity and capability. And this one talks about the number of scientists or journalists that are using indigenous languages in science communication. This target was one that was not met, and this is a target that is in our, we see this as a developing area of focus for the NRF. And of course, the target that we had, if you look at the previous year, 1920, and the year 2020 and 2021, we didn't have a target for this particular aspect. So the target of 320 was not actually based on any good evidence. And it appears that this was a stretching target, but it remains our commitment to ensure that science is communicated in indigenous languages, noting that it's not our core mandate as an NRF to create journalists, but we are saying, how do we ensure that information can still go to the journalists, and in areas where we can take interns, we do so that we can have interns in journalism to start working closer to science. So this was, while it's not met, I think it's a target that we're very happy to see the achievement that we've made in that regard. When you look at the number of postgraduate students that are funded, the number has dropped since the year 2021, 2022. But the key aspect here is that the new policy requires us to fund students at full cost of study. So as opposed to using the money that will fund one student and you'll fund two students because you only pay tuition, that was leading to students dropping off because they need to find other ways of making money. And we ended up saying, let's push for most of our students to be funded at full cost of study. Full cost of study would mean, because the money is the same pot, the pot is not growing, it becomes a smaller number. With a target of 7,400 students, we managed to exceed that target as well. We funded 7,700. Again, one of the challenges that we had during the year was the number of NRF funded researchers. I have to emphasize to the honorable members here that some of the researchers that we fund them to go and do programs in the field. Some of them we fund to go and do some work in some labs overseas. And because of COVID, there were few applications for various instruments that will fund the mobility of researchers because of the restrictions, either within the country or in the country that they were supposed to go to. So because of that, again, this was a target that was not met. But of course, the funds that were allocated or reserved for this were then used, and this is the reason why you will see some areas like the number of students that were funded now being higher, because we ended up saying we can't just sit with the money. Let's make sure that the money then goes where it's supposed to make another impact. Now, peer-reviewed publications produced by NRF funded researchers, again, is something that the target was barely met. But then again, we understand that the researchers were operating under a very difficult time. They could not do field work. They couldn't do certain things. And again, it's a target that is very difficult to track ahead of time and say, on this target, we want you to produce 9,250 publications, because publications depend on a whole lot of things, whether they're accepted, whether you go to that conference, and other aspects. I'll move then to program 4. Program 4 talks to, sorry, I think I missed a slide. Program 4 talks about our role in supporting or creating and maintaining research infrastructure platforms. Again, if you look at the targets, I think all the targets are within maybe a reasonable space. But if you look at the first one, is about assessing the proportion of South African postgraduate students from designated groups who are using our national facilities, who are using our telescopes, who are using, all our key infrastructure. Again, the target was met. After emphasize again under difficult times where people could sort of not walk into some of our labs because of the COVID restrictions. We also look into the proportion of South African researchers from designated groups who are using the national facilities, and the target was not achieved on this part. And the reason here is simply because of the rules. So it could be that the target was met, but our rules, when we look at them, we realize that we were not collecting information about citizenship or racial demographics when people are accessing our facilities. And we ended up just saying this, the key part is because we can't really prove, maybe let's just leave it as a target that's not met. The key parts, again, if under the program 4, I'm not going to go through all of them. You look at the picture here, you can see us exceeding all the targets that we have. This is the target on the foreign income, which is derived from national facilities activities. And this again says the facilities that we're having are facilities that are of value even to the international community. This is the reason why they are willing to give us money and say we are willing to fund, or we want to be part, or to give you income because we benefit from this. It could be from the sales of isotopes and other components, but the key part is that it shows that we have relevant infrastructure. Number of employees from rural towns adjacent to the national facilities who are employed by the national facilities. Again, this talks to whether we're creating employment in those areas where we exist. You go to the Northern Cape, and indeed, we have exceeded the target because we make sure that things that we can source locally need to be sourced locally, and let's create employment in those domains. And these are the people who then become employed by the NRF through its facilities. Likewise, the number of patient dosages that are generated from the radioisotopes, we have exceeded the target. This target again depends on the demand worldwide, but we are glad that this was during the time that the demand was high. When you look into the National Research Infrastructure Platform, again, on the number of recognized publications, we have exceeded the target by far. I'm not going to go through the details. Number of meerkats, antenna foundations, and I'm happy that the members of the PPC have been to the site in Carnarvon, and they've seen the complexity of building such kind of infrastructure. We're a target of building 10 foundations, and we managed to do almost twice of that amount during very difficult periods, simply because we had to accelerate the schedule to complete the 24 antennas foundations in total. Again, you look into the targets, I think we've done very well. You look at the salt, this one is again a target that talks about, we're supposed to have 4 projects under SALT. SALT is the Southern African Large Telescope. There were supposed to be 4 projects, and these are big projects, but 3 were done. And the one that was not done was because the SALT Foundation Board, which is the company that commissioned the project, suspended the project for the time being. And because of that, NRF could not have gone ahead with the project that the commissioning authority is in that it must be put on ice. So in short, I think our performance is on par with what we expected. I think given the COVID restrictions and all other aspects which are linked to uncertainties of the demands and so on, it's quite pleasing to see how we have actually achieved on all those performance indicators. If I just share a little bit on the financial overview for the year, our total income did improve from the previous year, which was 3.5 billion. And during this year, we had an income of 4.4 billion rands. But if you look at this, and again, you look at the expenditure, we sort of spent all the monies that we had, of course, on the projects, infrastructure, on the funding of the students. And again, I have to emphasize, honorable members, the call that we've made time and again that we still see a gap in the funding of researchers. Where I'm sitting at the moment, we have a shortfall of close to 2 billion rands of students that meet all the requirements of funding. This is over 5,000 students who meet all the requirements of funding that we cannot fund simply because we don't have enough money. But of course, where we have the money, we end up using the money or repurposing some of the money to ensure that the research cohort is well funded. So during the course of the year, we ended up with a small surplus of 7 million rands, which is a very small amount of the from the 4.5 billion rands that we had. But this was again monies that were committed to projects that we just said we can't pay you until you reach a particular milestone, and therefore the money is committed, but it's not a surplus. So we actually spent all the monies that we had during the year. When you look into the statement of financial position, in short, what you see is that you can see an organization that is growing. You can see an organization that, from a cash flow point of view, is a going concern. We can fund our activities, and it is again a healthy organization, and we are pleased to sort of share this with the committee. I'm not going to spend time on this slide. If you just look at the slide here, the key parts that I want to just spend on, maybe just touch on, is if you look at our parliamentary grants, which is about 25, in fact, for last year, it was about 20% of our income. So that's very small. It's more like 1/5 of the money that comes as a parliamentary grant. This money has not been growing, has been staying steadily. When you look at most of our income or the money that we manage come from contracts that come from the DSI, but we also have other contract incomes that come from all other places, and also other income that is, in short, the money that we generate from either we're selling radioisotopes and other kind of contracted work that we are required to do. So if you look at the last bar on the right, you'll see that over the last 4 years, our revenue or income has been decreasing steadily, but we managed to sort of have it change over the last year. Of course, much more is required, because this actually means that our money is declining in real terms, which means we have less money, year on year. And I think that's something that we need to look into and say, how do we ensure that the science system is well supported to deliver on the good work that it has shown to deliver on. Likewise, I'm not going to spend time here. If you look at the expenditure, this graph follows a similar pattern as the previous one. All the monies received were spent. Maybe key points to just summarize here is that the increased grant and bursaries, the increase, but the reason the word increase is because of the National Equipment Program, where we receive funding every second year. So this year, or last year, it will have increased. Then because that funding is not there this year, then the figure will decrease. So let's understand that increase in that context, that it's not a consistent increase, but it's just the way the funding of some of these equipments are done. And the same picture is what you'll have seen even on the income side. The operating expenditure increase is also aligned to the return to the stable level of operations following the lifting of some of the restrictions from the COVID, and this is linked to the SKA project. Salaries did decrease during the course of the year, but this again was simply because we had a portion of the year where we had a moratorium on the appointments, and that will have affected us not filling the positions, and that meant the salaries will sort of appear as if they're going down, but it's simply because positions were put on ice. When you look at the ratios, you see a very healthy organization, and this is the picture that I just want maybe members to just note across all of these pictures. But I did emphasize that when you look at the parliamentary grant as a percentage of total income, we are sitting at 22% of our income being parliamentary grant, and that's a very small figure. I think this is a conversation that we will have, and we'll keep on repeating it until something changes, so that we have a better ways of addressing the science needs. When you look into the overheads, I think I spoke about this earlier, that we try to minimize our overheads, and we have kept them at less than 10%, and they're sitting at 7.9%. And of course, the grant and the bursaries as a percentage of income, we spend about 54% of our income into the grants and bursaries. And we also try to ensure that the staff, and we're talking about 1,300 staff that are within the NRF and its facilities, the expenditure or the salaries that then go to them should not even exceed 23%. And during the year in question, this was sitting at 19%. Good news from the governance point of view, and I'm aware the members of the committee had the pleasure of hearing this from the Auditor General earlier in the week. We had an unqualified audit with a clean audit award. All the protocols and everything, I think, from governance point of view, we're doing very well. I've mentioned that we are a healthy going concern organization. We had 0 irregular expenditure. We had 0 fruitless and wasteful expenditure. So towards the conclusion, I want to move towards just sharing progress on the NRF, towards the NRF Strategy 2025. There are areas where we have a lot of work to be done. We are chasing, firstly, a transformed and internationally competitive and sustainable research workforce. This is for the system, where we are saying, let's look at the students that we are funding. Let's look at the researchers that we are funding. And our target is to get Black at 80%. We want to get women at 55% on the funded postgraduate students. We want to get Black at 48% at the NRF funded researchers who are producing research outputs, and 42% being women. When you look at these figures, honorable members, I would like you to just be aware that this is starting from a very low base. And these targets remain stretching targets, especially when you're growing some of the numbers. And the key thing to talk about on the year-to-date progress is that we are moving very swiftly in these domains. And of course, as soon as we meet some of these targets, we'll then adjust them accordingly. But at the moment, it seems like we are actually moving very, very well in terms of transforming the system. The other aspect is about enhanced impact of the research enterprise. Here we're talking about entrenching knowledge and societal impacts in the excellent research that is supported by the NRF. And again, a lot of work has been taking place, and we are moving closer to this. When you look into where we are at the moment, we have created the research impact framework, and the implementation plan has been developed. The key idea here is to say the research that we are going to fund as the NRF has to be aligned to the impact. We must be able to tell that we are funding this research because ex ante and ex post, you are telling us that before you do the research, you do see this impact. But at the end of the research, you will also again look back and say, did you realize the impact that you promised us? We also want to be inclusive, and we talk of inclusive support of all domains of science. And our research agenda, which we have developed, but of course we're working closer to with DSI on a decadal plan, talks to some of these elements where we're saying, let's again have a clear research agenda, and we have made good progress in that space. Evidence-based decision-making to enhance the impact of all research enterprise. Again, that's something that's very critical. And we want to be, we want to have an improved organizational NSI analytics and its use in strategic decision-making, which I've made as a point in my opening remarks. The key part here in our progress is that a draft research and development information platform needs analysis report was developed at the end of this year. And we are looking forward at, again, taking this further to ensuring that we can make these analytics to inform decisions that are made within the system. Again, we want to have, as an outcome, an enhanced impact of science engagement, because we believe science engagement is a critical aspect, and it has to be entrenched within the research enterprise. And within the 5-year space, we want to have a fully integrated science engagement program, which meets the needs of the diverse NRF engagement chain. And again, a lot of work has been done. I'm aware that in the beginning of November, we will come with DSI to talk about SASTA, which is the Certificate Agency for Science and Technology Advancement. And I think this is where we'll talk more about those. When you look internally, again, coming from a low base, the target for women over the 5 years was 38% and 55% for Black. These targets were still low within the first 7 levels, the permanence level 1 to 7. I've emphasized again that this is starting from a very low base, on the basis that this includes astronomers that we employ in our astronomy facilities, whether it's SAREO, whether it's SAIO. This talks about nuclear physicists that we employ at Itemba Labs and so on. And when you look into all of those aspects, when you look at the domain, it becomes very difficult to even say how many women or Black women astronomers do we have in the country. And we are saying we need to actually advance that, and we need to keep on changing that. And that's why we have these targets that are stretching. But the key part is we are going to push and and drive towards making sure that we become a transformed organization that lives its culture and values. Let me just end with a few of the highlights. And the first one is, during the year, which was very difficult, the year of COVID, we managed to harness global partnerships and Africa partnerships. So we're not just working globally, but also regionally and continentally. We hosted the Global Research Council annual general meeting. This is a meeting of all the science councils of the world. And again, the whole idea is to sit and discuss on how do we drive the science system of the world as a collective. We as South Africa had our co-hosts were UKRI from the United Kingdom. And because of COVID, unfortunately, the meeting could not be physical, but it was hosted here in South Africa and virtually in Durban. But it's one of the key aspects that we did, and we continue playing a role in that particular council. In addition to that, in facilitating the Africa's contribution to the Science Council of the World, we also hosted the GRC Africa Regional Meeting in November 2021. We also have created a seamless grant management system called NRF Connect. And this is a platform where the whole idea is we want to have a full view of the granting aspect of the NRF. We want to have an end-to-end view where we can sort of understand, we can track what's going on with our investment in science and all aspects. And this is a critical aspect for a true knowledge organization that we are, where we're saying we need to have a system, not only for ourselves, but the system will then have tentacles that then go everywhere where we operate, to the universities, to even other science councils that we might be collaborating with in various forms. Of course, this remains work in progress. And this was work that we launched in December 2021, and we went live in March this year. We had a very highly successful National Science Week last year, and I have to emphasize the point that this was again during a time that gatherings were not allowed. But we managed to then change our forms and say, how do we ensure that the learners don't miss on this National Science Week activities? We then moved our approaches to reaching the schools and the community and the learners through webinars, through recordings, creating documentaries and other components. And the theme for that year, befitting for the time, was making it possible through science. And indeed, we made it possible, where we managed to attract a number of institutions. We hosted 53 webinars, among other things, where we are saying, again, science engagement is critical, and let's keep on driving the science engagement aspects to ensure that we have an educated society. Not that we wanted to get into the movie business, but we do have 2 films that we created, Rising Star and Cedar Totos, which are also placed in the European Southern Observatory on the astronomy. And again, these are videos or short movies that use indigenous languages using, Africans and the we work with the Khoi community in some of these aspects as well. So again, it's something that we're saying, let's try to create this system where science is communicated in whatever languages that are available, so that it can reach the wider community. And these are now available for download even internationally. On the human capacity development, we have multiple engagements. Maybe one worth highlighting is what we have with our equivalents in Germany, the German Research Foundation. We have this international research training group partnership, where South Africa is one of the many partners. But from the South African point of view, we have our first cohort of students under this program that has been selected, and they were registered at the beginning of 2022 academic year. The key part again is to have this partnership that will then allow co-training, that will allow a sharing of skills, where we are working with Germany in this particular space in the production of PhDs. I mentioned the idea of working with private sector. NRF and SASOL launched a first of its kind joint program in support of collaborative research grants in science and engineering. And this is something that's very, very critical. I mean, in the last week, we had a follow-up meeting where I and the president of SASOL co-hosted a full day session where again we're talking about how do we take this further in various forms. In a first discussion, which led to the 54 million rand initiative that was created. This 54 million initiative allowed us to fund jointly 26 programs between academia and the industry. And again, I want to emphasize the key aspect of driving the science system to work together, because it can't just be academia alone, it can't just be government alone. Let's bring industry on board. We signed last year, earlier this year, sorry, an arrangement, an agreement with the with NSFAS. And this partnership is worth emphasizing as well again, because it talks about increasing access to funding opportunities for graduate students. And here I'm talking largely about the needy students, where we're saying, how do we ensure that needy students who may not have the funds, but who are willing to study further, who meet or who could have been beneficiaries or funded by NSFAS, but meeting the entry requirements for an honors qualification, how do we ensure that they are funded adequately and we can continuously support them until they finish their qualifications, whatever they want to end? Again, this is a very remarkable partnership that we've signed with NSFAS, and the fruits are beginning to show. In terms of other components, I'm not going to get into the full details. With the Meerkat, for instance, we have our data that we are picking from our instruments. Again, it shows that we are really doing work that is ahead of, we are punching above our weight. We are doing very well worldwide, and again, it shows that we are on the forefront. You look into the SAFE project, South African Isotope Facility. Again, this is a very good strategic investment that is aimed at creating a significant change in accelerator-based sciences. And this will be a solution that will start solving a lot of problems, on cancer. We'll be creating new isotopes that again make impact directly to the community, but also allowing our scientists in the system to work on the state-of-the-art technology in advancing some of the in solving some of the challenges that we're facing in the burden of diseases and other aspects. So on this part of the isotope, we will later in this in the next few months launch this officially, and maybe I do believe that the members of the portfolio committee will be invited probably before the launch, just to come and see the facility, as we did last year or earlier in the year, to just see the astronomy facilities. I think this is the next stop point where I would like to invite you, Chairperson. I will do that formally to come and see this facility and see this state-of-the-art technology that we have that's supposed to solve problems that are on the ground. Through the ASAP, and ASAP is the African Coelacanth Ecosystem Program, which is a flagship program of the DSI. Again, we are working with HDIs to create joint marine laboratory programs. Here in the picture, you can see us doing this at Forte, where Forte is the fourth of the 4 HDIs that we're working with: Forte, Water University, University of the Western Cape, and Zululand. Again, this is something that we're bringing cutting-edge marine research equipment to the historically disadvantaged institutions. On the bottom side, you see Chief Ngumalo of the Mabasa Traditional Council unveiling the first FTON. FTON is what is called the Expanded Freshwater and Terrestrial Environmental Observation Network, where here what you see is an automatic weather station in the northern Maputo land. And the key part again, you can see this is the idea of putting a science system where community is, so that community can start seeing science, can start interacting with science in various forms. Another highlight that I just want to touch on is on the hazardous asteroid tracking telescope. We are working with NASA, which is a very, again, remarkable achievement, where you can have South African tools being used to assist in, in the key aspects. I'm sure people on the platform are aware of. We're always worried about asteroids hitting the Earth, and us being on the forefront where we are working with NASA shows our relevance, that the science that we are doing is relevant, but not only is it relevant to us, but relevant worldwide. Likewise, the spectrograph, which was commissioned in Sutherland, again, the key aspect here is to have an intelligent observatory initiative, which is fully autonomous. And again, we've managed to demonstrate this science. This is all happening on the South African soil. So I think it's quite impressive to see all these developments where we are saying we are using science to address our challenges, but we are also making sure that we are not left behind. Our scientists are doing science that is relevant and that is on the cutting edge. I want to conclude by saying the organization continued to deliver, and this is the slide that we had at the beginning of the year, where we're saying that we wanted to look at whether we will be able to deliver on the innovation, we'll be able to deliver on the partnerships, on the science engagement, and on the culture. And the short summary is that indeed we delivered on all those aspects. We managed to fund or to deal with funded postgraduate students. We managed to deal with the challenges of inadequate national funding. Of course, it's not dealt fully, but it's something that remains a challenge. And this is basically in summary of those challenges that when we conclude, we want to say, when you look into the NRF in partnership with the DSI, we managed to look into advancing innovation, but much more is required, especially from the NRF funded research, where we are saying, how do we ensure that the NRF funded research can then be translated into products that will create IP for the country, that will ensure that commercialization of these products is done through TIA and other agencies, but that will also ensure that we are doing the right science that translates into products that go into the market, that then go into companies, that then create jobs. Then we will then say our science is even becoming even more relevant for us. We want to continue driving the growth and the diversification of research, HCD, and research infrastructure funding. I've mentioned this aspect that we have a very big gap in terms of funding, even just on the students alone, even on the researchers who have a lot of research needs. Yesterday, I hosted the university, this Health Sciences University here at the NRF, and they came in with a lot of needs where they're saying they need funding for them to have some flagship projects that will advance, that will change lives. Of course, it's very important for us to engage with them, but then at the same time, it requires us to look into, is this the right place to invest? How do we ensure that we're investing in the right space and so forth, simply because we have limited resources. We want to expedite the development and the diversification of leading researchers and scholars. And I also want to emphasize the young generation of scholars here to say, we do believe that that's our future, but we need to develop and diversify the leading researchers and scholars in the country. We want to continue advancing equality, diversity, and inclusivity within the NSI. One of the key aspects, Honorable Chair, is elaborating the NRF research agenda. And this is a critical agenda because South Africa's research must align to the national imperatives, and we have to ensure that our research is solving our problems. And it is through this that the public can see the benefit of research and say, indeed, we are proud to see that science is working for us. And in this regard, we want to also mainstream the engaged research. And as I've mentioned, address the unfunded postgraduate students. This is a gap that we have where however way that we can get assistance. I think we want to look into this because there's no way that we'll reach that target of 5,000 PhDs graduating from the year 2030 going forward if we don't have adequate funding for postgraduate students. Again, we want to look into the coordination, and we've already started working with other government departments as well through the DSI, where we're saying, how do we coordinate with even other science councils that may not be within the DHI space? How do we work with MRC, for example? And there are a lot of partnerships that we have signed with some of these entities where we're saying, let's coordinate because we are better off when we are in a coordinated rhythm than doing things in silos where you can have duplication of effort in certain areas. So, Honorable Chair, this is our presentation, and I just want to thank you for giving us this opportunity to come and share with you our performance, which we believe that was a very good performance given all the concerns that we have had. And again, we're very proud and we really would like to thank you and thank the DSI for all the support that they've given us during the year that we were presenting. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much, CEO. Chair, would you like to come in with any concluding remarks?
Yes, Chair. I just wanted to reiterate what the CEO has indicated, and also just to say that as the NRF board, we are also very pleased with the achievements over the past year of the NRF. And as you may have seen, and the portfolio committee members, that over 80% of the targets were met, and more than that, 65% were exceeded. We are also confident that the board-approved Nrf Strategy 2025, as presented by the CEO, it clearly shows that all the targets will be met. And for us, really, from a transformation perspective, it is clear that we are gradually, making a mark, making a dent in the research enterprise, and those targets will definitely be achieved. So we are very, very much pleased and happy, with the report, and we are really thankful to the leadership of the CEO, as well as the support that he has been given by the executive team, but above all, the DSI, as well as the portfolio committee. Under your leadership, we are very much grateful. So thank you very much, Chair. We will then proceed and engage in case there are questions and comments. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair and CEO of the NRF. I'd like to now hand over to colleagues from the CSIR.
Thank you very much, Chair and the Portfolio Committee. Let me switch on my video to give you comfort that it's not the robot that is speaking. So thank you very much for the opportunity again, Chair. We are here to present our annual report. May I request that it be uploaded? So with me here, Chair, as usual, it's the CEO and the executive team who will assist with the presentation okay, from here on. The way we've normally done it in the past, and we're not going to deviate today, is to just for me to give an overview of where the organization is, where it stands in terms of vision, in terms of strategy, and then I will hand over to the CEO and the executive to work rhapsodic on the granular features of the report. So I'll start off with page 1. Sorry, can you please migrate? Yes, thank you very much. I have to say that, as you would know, that in 2018, we took a decision, a conscientious decision to reposition our the organization to be more industry focused, which was not the case in the past. And we are beginning to see rewards for that in terms of the performance of the organization. And this year's performance does reflect that benefit of the strategy. There was a call from the public domain in particular that in the past, our eye was not where it's supposed to be. So we had to accentuate that or illuminate it by getting closer to industry. That was the main change in our strategy. We have achieved, and in some instances exceeded more than 80% of our key performance indicators for the current reporting year, which is 2021-2022. And then in our work, we've always strived to create a balance between supporting the capable state as well as contributing to industrial development in South Africa, which also we take from our founding act. The organization has maintained and continued a long-standing unqualified audit status. We also had an unqualified audit this year, which was not different from all the other preceding years. I think it's important that we also say here that we arguably are the only organization of its kind in the public sector with the level 1 BBBEE rating at the moment. And we are very, very, very proud of that. And it is a rating that we seek to keep well into the future. We are focusing strongly on transformation, and transformation here in the broader sense where we look at issues of diversity, issues of equity, and issues of inclusivity. And we are looking closely at our set base, which is science, engineering, and technology, and then making sure that there is diversity on all fronts in that regard. There's equity and there's also inclusivity. We are paying a lot of attention, particularly on the higher rungs of the science ladder, science development ladder in the organization. As you would know, CSIR, we have the management ladder, those who will go all the way to becoming CEOs, but we also have the science development ladder, those who would go and pinnacle at chief researcher level. And we are looking closely at that cohort of chief researchers and principal researchers, and of course, senior researchers. And we are seeing some progress in that regard. We are very happy with the board, as the board, with the progress that we've seen by the leadership. We continue to support the youth employment, which we've presented, by the way, in this committee in the past. We support youth employment through internships, as well as the YES program and graduate in training programs. So we are continuing with those. And we strongly believe that part of our rating perhaps would have come from those engagements. And our research programs continue to be guided by various government strategies and frameworks, as well as the South African Economic Reconstruction and Recovery Plan. And this will remain very high on the agenda in the organization. I think this is just where we are, and you'll see as we present that all of these come out very, very, very clear in terms of the KPIs, in terms of what we've achieved in this current year. So overall, we as the board are very happy with this. But I'll hand over to the CEO to please take us through the report.
Thank you very much, Professor Majosi. Good morning, Honorable Chairperson and members of the Portfolio Committee. I just switched on my video now so that you can see that it is indeed I who's speaking, but I'm going to switch it off now so that I can benefit from a better bandwidth quality. So in terms of what we are going to cover for the remainder of the presentation is outlined in this slide. I'll talk to the mandate and the strategic focus of the CSIR, which hasn't changed, by the way, since our last conversation. We'll then reflect on how the organization has performed in relation to the targets that we've set for ourselves in our shareholder compact of the previous financial year. We'll then give some highlights, starting with human capital development and our investments and initiatives we are driving in that regard. We'll speak to issues of financial sustainability and good governance, both highlights, but also challenges that we are facing with regards to that. And then lastly, but not least, we'll give some examples of the excellent work that is done by the people of the CSIR. Of course, a much more comprehensive set of the work that we do is contained in the full report. Next slide, please. Next slide. So if we start off with the mandate, on the 5th of October this year, the CSIR turned 77. So we've been around for quite some time, but our mandate has remained the same over this period of 77 years. I think it's really an enduring mandate. And the mandate requires that the CSIR performs directed research and technological innovation. I think one wants to underline directed, because our work must be directed towards creating impact. And that through the work that we do, we should foster industrial and scientific development. I think the chair already spoke to the issue of trying to ensure that we create this balance between advancing science, but at the same time, also ensuring that the work that we do translates into industrial development. But not only that, but also contributes towards improving the capability of the state. It is an issue that has received focused attention over the past 4 years or so in the organization. And as the chair indicated, we will illustrate this in examples and when we share the details of our performance. I think indeed we are beginning to see significant progress in the CSIR making inroads with regards to this aspect of a CSIR that makes a direct and meaningful contribution to industrial development. That ultimately everything that we do as a CSIR ought to contribute towards improving the quality of lives of the people of South Africa. So this is our mandate. Next slide, please. So we've taken this mandate then and tried to perhaps interpret it in ways that maybe in a much more simpler form, try to reflect what is it that we really do as a CSR. The mandate is quite weighty. It's quite a very large and complex mandate. So we've then extracted from the mandate a vision statement and a mission statement. And our vision is that we are accelerators of socio-economic prosperity in South Africa through leading innovation. Carefully selected words that we've used in this vision. And how we achieve this is by collaboratively innovating and localizing technologies whilst providing knowledge solutions for the inclusive and sustainable advancement of industry and society. Again, very carefully chosen words that we've used in terms of how we realize the intentions of our mandate. Technology localization has become a critical issue for us and a very important issue for us. But also we realize that our contribution in terms of industrial development and the creation of a capable state is not only through technology, it's also through the knowledge that we provide to government, to industry, to inform strategy, to inform policy. And that, of course, issues of sustainability are very important. But also that we talk about the advancement, the inclusive advancement of industry and society. I think those are also very, very important issues. So when we talk about inclusive advancement of industry, we mean that we are talking to all tiers of industry, informal sector, the formal sector of our economy. And we identify opportunities for us to contribute towards that. And similarly also in terms of the inclusivity with regards to society. Next slide, please. We are guided by a set of values. And our values spell out EPIC, which perhaps try to define the kind of organization that we wish to create and the kind of people that we wish to develop within the CSIR. We believe in excellence. We strive for excellence and quality in everything that we do. We are a people-centered organization. We respect each other's diversity. and conduct ourselves in a manner that upholds the dignity of every person. We act with integrity when we deal with each other, when we deal with our partners. We respect and trust that our colleagues and stakeholders, we respect the trust that our colleagues and stakeholders place in us and commit to ethical decision-making, delivery, and governance. And the chair already spoken to our track record in terms of governance, particularly when it comes to the audit outcomes. We believe in collaboration, both within the CSIR. We break silos, we deliberately design programs and initiatives that force collaboration within the organization, that encourage collaboration within the organization. But at the same time also, as it is indicated in our mandate, we are very mindful of the fact that we will never have the mental capacity, the physical resources that are required, both in terms of human capital and infrastructure, to execute our strategy fully. And therefore, we rely on others to achieve our objectives. And we are therefore open for collaboration with higher education institutions, with science councils, with private sector, as well as with the public sector. Next slide, please. What we try to achieve with our strategy is perhaps captured in this slide. It's 4 issues. One is that we wish to make a visible and meaningful contribution towards the growth of the South African economy. But at the same time also, we have a selfish motive of growing the CSIR by doing work that is relevant, that contributes towards the growth of the South African economy. We wish to contribute towards the development of technologies that will lead to the advancement and sustainability of South African enterprises. The collaborative arrangements that we have with South African enterprises should contribute towards them becoming globally competitive and sustainable into the future. But at the same time also, we wish to use that opportunity to ensure that the CSIR as an organization remains sustainable, has access to the resources that we require to sustain the CSR enterprise. We wish to create impact through the creation of startup companies and new enterprises coming out of the commercialization of the intellectual property generated by the CSIR. And lastly, we wish to demonstrate the relevance of innovation in driving industrial development through the work that we do. Next slide. Our strategic objectives, which we then utilize to define our indicators of performance on a day-to-day basis, are captured in this slide. There's 5 of them. The first one is that we will continue to conduct research and development of transformative technologies and accelerate their diffusion. So we want to ensure that as much as we are saying we are driven by impact, we need to continue to invest in the development of capabilities that will ensure that the CSR remains relevant in the future. So we need to have a very big pipeline in terms of innovative ideas, in terms of human capital, in terms of developing cutting-edge capabilities that will sustain the organization into the future. The second one is about the role that we wish to play with regards to our contribution towards the reindustrialization of South Africa. We want to improve the competitiveness of high-impact industries to support South Africa's reindustrialization by collaboratively developing, localizing, and implementing technology. Again, the issues of diffusion, the issues of implementation are very key to us, living up to what I mentioned earlier in our mandate, that our work must be directed towards creating an impact. We don't do science for the sake of doing science. That's what differentiates us quite clearly, of course, from the academic world. Then thirdly, we need to ensure that we continue to play a role in terms of the creation of a capable state. So we want to drive socio-economic transformation through research, development, and innovation that supports the development of a capable state. And ensuring that we continuously monitor this balance between our role in terms of industrial development and the role that we need to play in terms of supporting the creation of a capable state. We wish to build and transform human capital and infrastructure And then lastly, we want to ensure that we diversify our income, maintain financial sustainability, and ensure that our organization is an organization that demonstrates good governance. Next slide. What we try to capture in this slide are the pillars of our strategy, which we've translated into the operating model of the CSIR, the organizational structure. These are the 9 pillars of our strategy, which we refer to as clusters. And these clusters are really technology and industry convergences that represent the CSIR strategic focus. And of course, as I said, also represent the operating model of the CSIR. So we have a focus on advanced agriculture and food, where the intention is to innovate to strengthen primary production, agro-processing, and advancing rural economies. But of course, in this area, we wish to make a significant impact in terms of the introduction of advanced technologies to improve the performance of the agricultural sector in South Africa. We have a focus in chemicals, where our main focus is on biochemical conversion and advanced materials. And using those capabilities, where we move from the traditional ways of doing chemistry to including greener opportunities to reduce the environmental footprint, to greening the chemical industry through biocatalysis research, biochemical conversion methodologies, as well as advanced materials. And the critical component of this also is around the work that we are doing in terms of process and product development to support the pharmaceutical sector within South Africa. We will focus on health, where the intention is to develop technologies to drive improved health outcomes in patient-centric healthcare delivery systems. We are focusing on manufacturing, where we wish to strengthen the manufacturing value chain to enhance industry competitiveness. Of course, we've carefully selected the value chains in which the CSIR can play a role, and this strategy is continuously evolving. We will focus on mining, an area that perhaps as a CSR we've neglected in the past. But we've elevated this now as a critical area of focus for us, where we wish to support the growth and revitalization of the mining industry. And already we're making significant strides in terms of playing a meaningful role with regards to supporting the mining sector. If I can maybe ask Phumelela Yabo to mute, because there's a bit of an interference from your side, please. Thank you. Then we have a focus on defense and security. This is a sector which is very strategic for the country. And we've built over the years very strong capabilities, and we continue to invest in those capabilities. And our intention is to build a resilient defense and security capability to strengthen the national security technology capacity within the country. Then we've got a set of clusters which we refer to as industry and society enabling. They sort of cut across the ones that I've just mentioned now. Here we have a focus on smart places, which encompasses the whole area of the built environment, the natural environment, as well as issues of renewable energy and the energy transition. Then we have a focus on smart mobility, which is about enabling South Africa to have an efficient, effective, and integrated logistics sector. And then lastly, we have a focus on the digital transformation of government, public institutions, as well as the private sector. Next slide, please. If now we look at the CSIR in numbers very briefly, we have a staff complement of about 2,200, 74% of our total staff is Black South Africans. And I think this is a significant, in our view, achievement. We've got 997 of our staff being female South Africans. Of the total staff complement, 68% of the CSR staff is 70%, pardon me, is in what we call the SCT base. And it's a number that we look at very close in terms of the ratio of the support staff to the staff that are involved in the core business of the CSIR. And within the set base, 68% of the set base, again, is Black South Africans. And of the set base, 39% are female South Africans. We employ a number of colleagues with disabilities. We also look at the qualification profiles of our set base. Currently, about 18% or 20% of our set base has PhDs. At a very high level, we'll come to these numbers in terms of some of the outputs, in terms of SMMEs supported, 99 in the previous years, 31 exchange programs with industry, a number of patents, publication equivalents, and technology demonstrators. I will speak to these numbers later on. Next slide, please. Now, if we then move on to the performance of the CSIR against our set targets for the previous year, I thought perhaps before I get into the details of the last financial year, just reflect very briefly on our performance over the past 3 years. I think once we accept that there are areas that have shown some decline, for reasons that we fully understand, we have made overall very good progress in those areas that are closely aligned with the new strategy of the organization around our focus on industrial development. So if you look at the areas that have shown some decline, our parliamentary grant has remained flat for all intents and purposes over the past 3 years. Our public sector income though has decreased by 24%. A major contributor to this is the 200 million rand that we've lost, which was funding that we were receiving in the past for the work that we were doing in support of the development of a defense capability for South Africa. So we lost that funding from the Department of Defense. Of course, this then has had a ripple effect. Our total income then has dropped by 4%. The number of publications that we've produced over this period has dropped by 3%. The SMMEs supported has also declined by 19%. The work that we've done in terms of contribution towards national policy development has also reduced by 8%. Our contribution to standards has declined by 20%, and the patents granted has also declined by 19%. But despite this, there's been very positive development that we've also been able to achieve over this period. Our technology demonstrators, for instance, grew by 49%. Now, these are the outcomes of research, development, and innovation that are at a technology readiness level of 6 and above. The number of license agreements signed with entrepreneurs and with industry has grown by 140%. The number of technologies that we've localized over this period has grown by 100%. Joint technology development agreements with industry grew by 9%. The work that we've been able to do as a CSR to support the development of a capable state has grown by 28%. Our international income grew by 55%. Our private sector income also grew by 32%. And ring-fence grants from the public sector grew by 70% over this period. If we can go to the next slide. So if we now look at our performance against objectives over the past year, starting with the first strategic objective, we've achieved 60% of the targets that we've set for ourselves with regards to this strategic objective. We've exceeded the target for publication equivalents by 41%. We did not meet our target in terms of new priority patent applications. However, our performance this year shows an improvement of 20% compared to the previous financial year. We have exceeded our new patents granted, the target for that, by over 100%. We exceeded the target for technology demonstrators by 20%. Unfortunately, we did not achieve our target in terms of license agreements for the year. But if you compare our performance with the previous year, this is 2020-21, this performance represents a 300% increase in terms of our performance compared to 2020-21. So the trajectory is indeed in the right direction, even though we did not meet our target. You go to the next slide, please. If we now look at SO2, this is the work that we do to support the reindustrialization of South Africa. We're very proud that we achieved all the targets that we've set, achieved and exceeded all the targets that we've set for ourselves in terms of this strategic objective, which again, perhaps as the chair already indicated, is a clear indication that the strategy that we developed 3 years ago is indeed beginning to take strong root and beginning to produce the results that we are looking for. Next slide, please. Similarly, if we look at the work that we do to support the development of a capable state, again, we're very proud that we achieved or exceeded all the targets that we've set for ourselves with regards to this. Again, ensuring that we are able to retain or maintain this balance between a CSIR that supports industrial development, but that hasn't forgotten its responsibility to ensure that we contribute towards the development of a capable state. Next slide. If we look at our work in terms of building and transforming human capital and infrastructure, we continue to grow our asset base despite the difficult financial or economic condition that we are exposed to. Over the previous year, we grew our asset base by 5% under very tough economic conditions. We've also ensured that we try to maintain or improve our transformation profile, both in terms of race as well as gender. We'll continue to pay more attention in terms of ensuring that we grow the number of PhDs, particularly within the set base. It's a figure that we look at very closely because this is a reflection in some way of the quality of the science, of the research that we're able to do within the CSIR. The total number of researchers is a concern for us, and it has proved to be quite a challenge to retain the chief researchers within the CSIR. Just last year, we lost 3 chief researchers from the CSIR through resignations as well as retirement. So it's a constant battle. But the initiative that we have put in place and the investments that we have made to increase the number of chief researchers, but also to develop future chief researchers within the CSIR, we hope that these are going to start to bear fruit. I think we started a program 3 years ago, focusing particularly on this issue in 2018. And one of the people that we have, as part of this program, was promoted in the previous year into the chief researcher cohort. And there's a number that have already made also very good progress, which we expect will be able to rise to this level within the organization. What is also of concern for us is not just the number of chief researchers, but the transformation profile of this cohort of researchers within the CSIR. And again, the investments and the initiatives that we are driving within the organization will certainly put us in good stead in terms of ensuring that we improve the number of Black chief researchers, but also the number of female chief researchers within the organization. I think one thing that we've learned over this process and over this time is that it takes a considerable amount of time before one can start to see the results of these initiatives. Next slide, please. If we look at our principal researchers, we've achieved most of our targets, all of our targets with regards to this. Perhaps what I can highlight in this slide is the significant improvement in terms of the number of exchange programs that we have with industry. We exceeded our target by 138% in the previous financial year. Again, speaking to the earlier point of our strategy really taking root in terms of ensuring that we work much more closely with industry and that the work that we do really does translate into making an impact in industry. Next slide, please. If we look at SO5, we did not achieve our total income target. I think a major contributing factor to this is the reduction in the public sector income to the CSIR, which I've already spoken to. But despite that, we're able to realize a significant improvement in performance with regards to the net margin of the CSIR. Last year, we had a profit margin of 137 million against a budgeted loss of 96 million rands, coming from the time when we lost a significant portion of our income as a result of COVID. We're beginning to also see very positive developments in terms of the diversification of our income streams within the CSIR between public, private, as well as the international sector. The chair already spoke to our Bpme performance that is currently sitting at level 1. I think this has come out as a result of very deliberate effort within the organization to drive the issues of Bpme across the board. Our performance in terms of health and safety is also showing very positive improvements. Last year, we had an RII rate of 0.14 against a target of 1.8. Again, this has happened as a result of very deliberate, very specific initiatives that we've driven within the organization to improve and to change the culture with regards to health and safety. We also again received an unqualified audit opinion, which is something that we guard very jealously within the organization and try to protect always in terms of how we conduct ourselves. Next slide, please. Now, if we look at our overall performance, in the past financial year, we had an overall performance of 81% of our targets having been met, which is a slight improvement compared to the year prior to that. I think the general direction in terms of the performance of the organization is positive. And what we'll then do from now onwards is to perhaps share some specific examples, as I said earlier, of the work we are doing, starting with our initiatives in terms of human capital development. And for this, I would like to invite Mr. Andile Mabindisa to speak to the next 2 slides, please.
Thank you, CEO. Good morning to the Honorable Chair and members of the Portfolio Committee. So here, I'm just going to touch on a few highlights relating to the Human Capital Strategic Initiative. Next slide, please. So starting with the pipeline development, where we're focusing on the bursaries. And here we're looking at the undergraduate and as well as the postgraduate students, especially focusing in the STEM fields. And we're proud to say in terms of the collaboration that we have here with the DSI, NRF, and as well as the CETA. We are sponsoring about 488 students, and of those, 153 being the PhD students. And those who then qualify, they then join the CSIR in the graduate in training program. So this program is about developing professionals in a holistic manner, right? And ensuring that they are professionally registered in their areas of expertise. And we are proud to say that a total of about 80 graduates have been supported since the inception, right, of this program in 2019-2020. And of those, we have been able, right, to absorb 28 graduates on a permanent basis in the various clusters within the organization. Furthermore, we support, right, the industry, right, in terms of the development of skills, right, through the work integrated learnings, the learnership programs, apprenticeships, candidacy programs. And we do this through the Master Learning Factory, right, that we've developed in partnership with Mersita, and we'll be then replicating, right, these learning factories in the various TVET colleges. And this will take and influence the curriculum, right, of the TVET colleges in the 4IR space. And here we are currently supporting 86 interns. And since the inception of the program, right, we've had about 207 interns that we've supported. And again, here, in terms of the collaboration that we've started, where we influencing the curriculum of the TVETs in developing the skills of the future through the Learning Factory. And we've done that with the DSI, with DHET, NSF, and the various CTAs, and that work is progressing very well. So next slide, please. The chair and the CEO mentioned the YES program, and we are proud to say we're the first SSOE, right, to have implemented this program. And the program is focusing on the unemployed youth, but more so deliberately focusing on people with disabilities. So currently we have 55 youth on board, and beginning of March next year, we'll be bringing in 66 youth. In total, right, in this, since we started, we have had 145 unemployed youth. And we are proud to say as well that the youth have been absorbed. Most of them have been absorbed, right, with the SMMEs that we're partnering with. The CEO has mentioned the accelerated development program, and this is a deliberate investment where we are focusing on transformation, right, where we're focusing on the Black South Africans, right, and ensure that we grow, right, the cohort of our researchers, and ensure that we have chief researchers. And the CEO has touched on this. I'm not going to go into the detail of that, but more so, we also ensure that we allow for the transition, right, of researchers into leadership roles, but also build a strong succession plan. And how we do that is through a focused leadership and management development program, right, where we are developing juniors, middle management, and as well as senior leaders within the organization. So with that, I would like to end it here and hand over to the CEO. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mabintis. I'd like to now invite Mr. Ashraf Dinda, an advocate, as my candidate, to take us through the next two slides, please.
Thank you, CEO, and good morning to the committee and everyone else present. If you can move to the next slide, please. So just to expand on the financial performance a bit, the CEO mentioned our improvement in international and private sector income over the last 3 years. And that shows how important income diversification is for the CSIR. Our public sector income and our PG have been declining in this period, but we've managed to ensure that we diversify into areas that allow us to continue to operate successfully. In addition to that, the income diversification also provides us with the opportunity to increase our margins and accordingly allows us to improve the profitability of the CSIR. In terms of our costs, we've been very successful in managing our costs. Our costs increased by only 1.8%, significantly below the inflation amount. And it was important for us to be able to do this, given the pressures that we have on our parliamentary grant. So in doing all the above, we've managed to maintain our financial sustainability for the organization. We've improved our liquidity and solvency ratios and the various other ratios that we measure. And we've also managed to improve our margins on our contract-related income and also improve the yields that we receive on our investment income. So having said that, we still do experience some challenges, and I think key amongst those, and it's something that's not new to this committee, is the constraints imposed by the national procurement legislation, which impacts on our ability to do more work to assist other state-owned entities and government departments. We do operate still in an adverse economic climate. I mean, inflation is quite high. Interest rates are going up. The fuel prices are all going through the roof, and the economy is not doing well. So it becomes more important for us to be able to remain financially sustainable in these tight economic conditions. The decline in national R&D investment, and the CEO of the NRF also mentioned that their PG was under pressure, and similarly ours is also under pressure, and accordingly we find that the investment by both the state and the private sector in research and development is declining. It's normally the case that when the economy is not doing that great, the first thing that gets cut is research and development activities, and we've seen in the last couple of years the impact of that. And then last but not least, the global political situation has had a significant impact on our ability to source new opportunities, especially in the international space. But we continue to try our best to manage those conditions and improve the conditions of the organization. Thank you. I'll hand over to Advocate Kennedy from here. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you, and good morning, Honourable Chairperson and members of the Portfolio Committee. So the CSIR Chairperson and CEO has already reflected on a number of the governance targets and the achievements of the CSIR, specifically the level 1 BEE status and the unqualified audit status, as well as the performance in terms of health and safety, with the recordable incident rate way below the maximum target that we've set for the financial year. I think it's worthwhile to also just mention that we're continuously driving the issue of the eradication and reduction of irregular expenditure and eliminating fruitless and wasteful expenditure, and a lot of focus is being placed on this in the organisation. To this end, we've established a fully embedded CSIR compliance function that supports things like ethics drive, fraud prevention, and risk-based compliance assessment. And then they also provide mitigation support. And they also, together with our supply chain management team, undertakes training regarding the supply chain management systems and procedures, because we find that a lot of the irregular expenditure items that we do encounter is really as a result of not having adequate knowledge of these processes. So we're driving significant training and education programs in the organisation to improve this. In terms of our risk management practices, we're also continuing to drive the implementation of best practice and aligning with the ISO 31000 best practice standards. And as far as health and safety is concerned, our goal remains to drive zero harm and zero disabling injuries and zero fatalities. And the CSIR is continuously monitoring its safety and health environments to identify risks and to implement appropriate responses to ensure that we eradicate those. And this remains a key focus area in the organisation. Thank you, Chair. I'll hand back to the CEO.
Thank you very much, colleagues. Next slide. For the next set of slides, I would like to invite Dr. Kaven Naidu, Dr. Sandile Malinga, and Dr. Mudodi Maseremule to take us through the examples of some of our research, development, and innovation activities. So starting with Dr. Naidu, please.
Thank you, CEO, and good morning to the Honourable Chair and the members of the Portfolio Committee. This first project we are highlighting speaks to innovation for the agriculture sector under the banner of precision agriculture. And this project leverages capabilities in remote sensing, climate modeling, and 4IR related domains, including big data analytics, IoT, and cloud technology, amongst others. This initiative specifically aims to transform the agricultural production in the country and enable competitiveness of this very important sector. The Precision Agriculture Information System, as we call it, incorporates data on soil moisture, soil quality, vegetation health, weed infestation, and other important parameters. The system can support farmers to optimize crop yields, as well as supporting insurers, bankers, and retail to improve estimates of yields. It was initially developed for maize, but there are plans to expand application to other crops, including potato, soybean, sugarcane, and others. In the last 3 years, we collaborated with FarmSol, which is a network of about 1,000 emerging farmers. We also worked with about 30 small-scale and developing commercial farmers from the South African Grain Farmers Association. And going forward, we also plan to work and formalize collaborations with the Department of Agriculture and Rural Development for Limpopo, Northwest, and Free State. We will also continue our efforts to expand communication and engagement with farmers and other critical players across the country. Next slide, please. We now shift our focus to technology in support of the aquaculture industry on the continent. Freshwater fish farming is an important source of protein, but it's also a growing industry on the continent. And as production increases, the industry is threatened by viruses. In particular, there are 2 viruses that pose the greatest threat, namely infectious spleen and kidney necrosis, as well as tilapia lake virus. These have become major threats to the global aquaculture industry. And while these viruses are not a threat to humans, they do threaten fish stocks, production yields, and the ability to export. And one of the major challenges associated with the disease is that there are no diagnostic kits available on the market for detection and diagnosis. In the absence of these kits, one has to undertake quite an extensive laboratory diagnostic, and this becomes an issue for effective surveillance of fish stocks and for farmers who need to prove freedom from disease for export. So in response, the CSR developed this very novel prototype diagnostic kit for detection of these 2 viruses, and we have successfully conducted field trials in Ghana, but are planning to expand trials in a number of countries on the continent. I'll hand over to Dr. Malinga for the next highlight. And thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Greetings to the Honorable Chair as well as Honorable members of the Portfolio Committee. The CEO has indicated the importance of working with SMMEs and strengthening our industry as a country. The role of SMMEs is important in as much as they may be employing on average 5 to about 10 people. The collective impact they make in our country is huge and is the backbone of our economy. And as the CSIR, we believe this is important, and we invest quite heavily in SMMEs, in partnering with them, in incubating them within the CSIR. In this particular example, we are focusing on our partnership with SMMEs for energy, working with the energy and water sector in this program, which we started a couple of years ago. And last year, we supported on the whole about 15 SMMEs who came to the CSR and partnered with some of our experts. And this was under the program, which is supported by the South African Institute of Chartered Accountants. And this further emphasizes what the CEO indicated. One of our values is to collaborate with others. And this is a good example of us collaborating with SICA, as well as the energy and water sector. And we're delighted to indicate that we've just signed another agreement with the energy and water sector to train in about 75 more SMMEs and incubate them within the CSIR for the next 5 years. We believe this is important for our country, for our economy going forward, more so focusing on the issues of energy, which are very paramount for our country at this time. Next slide. We believe that local government is at the cold face of meeting the needs of our communities. That's where our communities interface with government. And we've worked for a number of years now with the Gauteng Department of Roads and Transport on issues of transportation. In this particular example, we are talking about an initiative whereby the CSIR conducted research looking at the data to understand as to what exactly is happening and improve planning with regards to transportation within the country. And the results that we reported and presented to the Gauteng government indicates that 60% of households spend more than the 10% that, according to policy, they should be spending on transportation. This is a huge issue. The intention is to reduce this, to make our transportation efficient, safe, because therein lies our competitiveness as a country in terms of logistics, making them more efficient. We are about to sign another agreement with the Gauteng government department as part of what they call Gauteng on the Move. And we believe that this initiative will strengthen our understanding of transportation within the province, and not only Gauteng, but also right across the other provinces within the country, and improve our logistics and reduce the transport or cost burden that our population is encountering with regards to transportation costs. Thank you. Next slide. The last slide that I'll present before I hand over to Dr. Masirumule looks at licensing. As the CEO indicated, we want to really emphasize our work and work very, very closely with industry. But in doing so, we believe that whatever we come up with, innovations that we come up with, have to have an impact on communities as well. In this particular example, we have developed as the CSR an engine that translates text into voice by synthesizing a voice from a computer. And we've managed to then license this application to a Read Speaker Holding, or who are using this for a number of applications. In the main, some of the applications that we've looked at are focusing on call centers, looking at robotics, particularly self-service on the internet as an example, whereby you have a voice translated, a text that is translated to voice as you are accessing some of the websites. But our view is that this has a greater benefit for people, in the main people who, as an example, are blind or illiterate in one way or another, who have been so far being prevented from accessing the internet. And we believe that this application can be extended to make an impact in those communities that have been deprived for one reason or another. For once now they can hear voice, and this application that we have is translated to the 11 official languages of our country, and we believe that it has a great potential to transform communities and societies. Thank you. I'll hand over to Dr. Masirumule.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Chair and Honorable Committee members. Now, there is a capability that we have within the CSR, the Learning Factory. Now, the Learning Factory is a modular, customizable learning platform that is really fashioned on industrial operations with appropriate and relevant curriculum that can be developed. It is ideally targeted for skills to develop 4IR and other skills for FET college graduates and students, so that they are better prepared for the work in for the current and future workplace in manufacturing industry and other industries overall. We've seen a good interest arising from FET colleges, and we're collaborating quite immensely with those. And the private sector that that employs a lot of people in current mining and other industries. Now, training is offered in various domains, including augmented and virtual reality, digital twinning, robotics, human-centered automation, which is important for our transition into a 4IR type environment, applications of blockchain, artificial intelligence, and digital transformation. Now, the opportunity here lies in the development of infrastructure to modernize our FET colleges and to make them more relevant, and so that we can move a lot of this, a lot of our graduates into the workforce. Here, using high tech for ease of technology adoption, been the case for South Africa's reindustrialization, and to reap the significant benefits of 4IR technologies. Some of the highlights include the first provincial site for a pilot learning factory being in the Eastern Cape. And the new learning factory is aimed at introducing students to 4IR in the ecosystem, of most notably with input from industry, so that the employability of our graduates is increased and enhanced, so that we transition well as a country. The CSIR, in partnership with MESITA, intends to establish more learning factories at TVET institutes around the country, with a target of at least 2 per province being aimed at. And they currently, I think there is quite a significant excitement on both sides in terms of this. And we've seen significant excitement from industry players in terms of how the curriculum and the demonstrations have panned out. Next slide, please. Now, the Impact Catalyst is another initiative that was founded by Anglo-American, Exaro, and CSIR and World Vision International to deliver socioeconomic change on a regional scale. Now, the idea from this stakeholders is that, particularly for mining cities or mining areas, that when mining operations come to an end, that this do not turn into ghost towns in terms of economic activity. So a lot of the initiatives that have been reinvested by these operating entities is to make sure that there is diversity in terms of economic activity, that make sure that there is life way beyond the operations, the operations and closing of the mines, that the communities benefit immensely by investing on an ongoing basis across the country. As we speak now, there are 3. There is one in Limpopo, in Mpumalanga, and Northern Cape. And the idea for these mining houses is that, and indeed the IDC is also involved, is that they will have a countrywide footprint wherever there are mining operations, so that there is a hub of activity that benefits the communities where these things are being done. The opportunity is the partnership between companies committed to socio-economic change, and to facilitate collaborative action through implementation of these initiatives that make impact in the communities where they benefit through economic activity, and to open platform that invites participation to cooperate South Africa in the public sector to build and execute socio-economic programs. The highlights include the Impact Catalyst that has partnered with more than 20 provincial partners to implement sustainable and scalable projects in 5 provinces thus far, and initiatives identified as strategically aligned with government strategy and resources, and to promote private-public enterprises, rather partnerships. I'll stop here, Chair. Back to the CEO. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Maseramolo. Before I hand back to Professor Majosi, perhaps just to then reflect very briefly, I think the previous year has indeed been a successful year for the CSIR. I think we've made significant progress in terms of the strategy that we implemented 3 years ago. But despite that, there are areas that require focused attention going forward. One of those is around growing the pipeline of intellectual property coming out of the organization through patents, but also ensuring that we can monetize this intellectual property at scale and at an acceptable pace. We've done some very interesting work in this regard, which we took to the board in August, and we will be sharing with the shareholders soon. The other one is around the pace at which we are able to grow our income from the private sector. The South African economy is growing at less than 2%. That, of course, is a direct impact in terms of the pace at which we are able to grow our contract R&D income from the private sector. We will continue to pay attention to this because we feel that even though we've seen growth over the past 3 years, the pace at which this growth has come is perhaps slow. Issues of transformation, particularly within the set base, remain a critical issue for us. I think the investments that we've made in the past and those that we continue to make today will hopefully start to yield the kinds of results that we wish to see in this area of our business. So I'd like to stop here perhaps and hand back to Professor Majosi to conclude. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Dlamini and the team for this presentation. Chair, I think this is the status of our organization at the moment, and we've covered the full ground in terms of the financial status, the human resources status, as well as research. I think we'll then hand over to you, Honorable Chair, and the members of the Portfolio Committee. I must indicate, Honorable Chair, that I have an engagement here at Wits roundabout now, and I'm not sure whether I can be excused. But we do have a team that will be able to respond to the questions that might arise from the team.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and to the CEO.
Is the delay on my side, colleagues? Can you hear me?
I think we've all lost the chair.
I can hear you. I think we've lost the chair. I can't hear her.
I think, yeah, the connectivity issue is on the other side.
Okay, apologies for that, colleagues. I got load shed there. I've just had to log on using my phone, so so I can't show my face any longer. Thank you very much to the CEO and chairperson of the CSIR for that last presentation that they made, Chairperson Professor Majosi, as well as the CEO of the entity, Dr. Dlamini, for the presentation that you've just made. Colleagues, Prof, you can be excused as long as we do have a representative perhaps from the board who is going to remain. And I know that the CEO and the rest of the team will also remain. So thank you very much. You may excuse yourself.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. However, I must indicate that Dr. Dlamini can assist me. Do we have an additional member of the board? Normally, I'm the one who attends this.
Yeah, other than you and I, Chair, as members of the board, I think there's nobody else.
Yeah, okay. So if the Honorable Chair is comfortable, I can allow the CEO to also wear the hat of the member of the board that he is.
All right, thanks, colleagues. Preferably, we would have preferred someone who's not in management, but it's okay. We will continue. Chair, we will continue. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much for this. I really appreciate it, colleagues. Thanks. Cheers. Bye.
Bye. All right, honorable members and colleagues, will now be moving into the Q&A session where members will get to ask their questions and make recommendations. Okay, I'm gonna have to. All right, I see Honorable Mananisa's hand is up. Honorable Sibiya's hand is up. On my side, perhaps if I were to make a few reflections, I think I noted, a number of the entities, the overachieving in a number of the targets that have been set, and I've been trying to understand how we find ourselves in this situation, and I've been made to understand that in some instances it's very difficult to predict whether or not the demand, maintenance, and support that is needed in innovation. But I think I get concerned when the overachievement is almost double the initial target, which for me goes back to the question of planning. And I don't know how we're able to strike the balance between the two, and I'll be guided by colleagues, particularly in the case of TIA, for example. I mean, there's a number of areas, a number of targets, where you've either planned to launch or to develop, and your targets have been overachieved, even in the case of even in the case of the NRF, and in certain elements it's being attributed to flexibility or the space that COVID may have given certain colleagues to do more research and so forth. And even in the case of the CSIR, I mean, when I look at KPI 11, it literally has doubled in that regard. The achievement has doubled in terms of the target in that regard. And so I don't know, Mr. Moafe, Dr. Masremole, what mechanism can we put in place that can assist how we plan these targets vis-a-vis our achievement of these targets? His mic is open. Dr. Moffat, it's your mic. If you can just mute until later on, please. So I think that's just an understanding one would like to have. I guess also maybe if we had the type of budget that we needed for the sector, it would be easier for us not to be conservative in our planning. right? And therefore, I don't know, colleagues can assist me, but I think it's something that I'm noting across the different entities. And one would like to have a better understanding of how we manage the planning vis-a-vis the achievement and so forth. And then I must note, and we know, of course, the leadership of TIA itself made a reflection on the work that needs to be done in terms of the geographic spread of some of our beneficiaries, as well as the makeup of some of our beneficiaries. I think that's something that's very important to the committee colleagues. We've noted as well, I think in the presentation of the CSIR, where they have noted regression in terms of representation in certain regards, and colleagues have explained how they intend on remedying the regression that we see in terms of opportunities afforded to women in the leadership and other opportunities provided as well in the CSIR. Sorry, I'm a bit dislodged now because of the load shedding. So my notes are between my laptop and my notebook. But that's so those concerns, colleagues, around representation are noted. And I think for us, what would be interesting, I mean, I know the CSIR has explained on how they will work towards addressing some of the regression that they have seen. But it would be great to see how TIA intends on also working on remedying the spread of the spatial representation in terms of gender and youth as well. So, I mean, I think that could also be something that is added in terms of our audit action plans, which of course we would want to be shared with the committee once the report on this process of budget review and recommendation is completed. KPI 18, female chief researchers, your target was 24%, you achieved 13.3%, and you do indicate that a career ladder process has been concluded in quarter four to curb the regression. So, I mean, that is something that we would want to monitor as a committee, noting that you have indicated on how you are going to work towards addressing that. I must indicate from TIA, I was so excited to see that e-certification innovation, the self-service document certification, that is the type of innovation that we want to see, colleagues. Like, you see, that for me, maybe because I also don't like administration much. So I think, seeing that, I was like, yes, I'm the type of person, colleagues, who's been saying since I got into this committee in 2019, when are we going to get to a point where everything is on our finger, where my driver's license is on my finger, where my ID is on my finger, where my bank card is, I mean, just look at how the progress that has been made in relation to banking, right? I mean, you can literally leave your bank cards at home and take your phone and you are fine, so those are the developments that I would assume many would have thought we would have never reached, many would have never thought that you'd get to a point where you literally just need to exit your car with your car keys and your phone, and that's it. So really, colleagues, getting the fact that we are at a point where we can have this e-certification innovation means that we can get to a point where we can have this finger that can, have my ID, my driver's license, my everything on it. Really, that is the type of innovation that we want to see. And we're really excited about some of the innovation that you're supporting, but we really need to stress on your side that there is a huge call from young people, from young women, that they have all these innovations in mind and they need them to be commercialized, they need them to be supported, they need them to be assisted in making them shelf ready. I mean, that also I think is part and parcel of the responsibility of the CSIR. So colleagues, we really need to work collectively as the different entities within the department in assisting young people in bringing their innovations to life to really solve some of the many challenges that we have in our society. And so I just wanted to say that one for me was really exciting, and I hope that we'll be able to spread that innovation across many police stations out there. I just want to see in relation to the NRF. I don't know, CEO, on the indicator regarding the number of scientists or journalists that use indigenous languages in communicating science, you're absolutely correct that you are not in the profession of training what's called journalists. I just want to know, I want to perhaps understand how the implementation of that target looks like. And then, like, how did we intend on achieving how do we go about ensuring that, more journalists use indigenous languages? I mean, scientists is I think a bit easier because we're all in one sort of ecosystem. But with the journalists, they are not really within, I don't know. How did we plan on achieving that? Was it through advocacy? Was it through science engagement? How? Was it through maybe funding more students who are studying journalism, I don't know, to venture into reporting in indigenous languages? I don't know, how does the implementation of it look like? And would there be a need to review the target in terms of how it's set out? I just if you can make me understand that target a bit more. And then as I indicated with the department on Wednesday, I will always be concerned by underfunding or rather not meeting targets to fund researchers. I see on the target of NRF funded researchers, we are negative 29%. I think for me, considering the young people or just generally scholars that we engage with who would say they need funding, when we say that the target did not meet the demand, or there was a lower demand, I get concerned because I wonder, we see these people who are coming to us and saying they need funding, they are there, and sometimes they don't get helped, yet there's this report that we get from entities. So I don't know how we can close that gap, that disjuncture that exists. I don't know how we can work on that. And then it's very exciting as well, again, to see that, in March this year, you were able to get into a partnership with NSFAS regarding postgraduate funding and finding solutions to postgraduate funding. So that's great to hear that. I think, those are some of the things that the committee advocated for. It would be great to hear how your attempts in consolidating postgraduate funding across government entities and public sector is going in general, so that we understand the pool of funding that exists. I think it's part of some of the a framework that you have been working on yourselves. So it would be great to understand how we're doing in that regard in consolidating postgraduate funding across public sector. And then we also do acknowledge the efforts to collaborate with historically disadvantaged institutions. This for me is very important, colleagues, not only in terms of the initiative that you've shared with us here, but also in my ongoing concern, Chair and CEO, regarding those awards, those P-rated and A-rated awards, and wanting to change the face of them. It means we need to work more closer with historically disadvantaged institutions. Yeah, I think I'll leave it at that for now and then move directly then to Honorable Mananiso.
Okay, thank you, Chairperson, and good morning, colleagues. Chair, speaking after you, sometimes it's very difficult because you have covered most of the things that I've noted in terms of issue of gender mainstreaming and cost cutting. I think it is important that all entities that have actually presented today, they must note that they would need to work hard in terms of improving their recruitment strategy so that they include those who are included. We cannot lament every time on issues of people with disability. They are part of us and they need to be mainstreamed. So all entities must come with a plan in terms of how are they going to specifically focus on marginalized group and ensure that they include them. Coming 2022, 2023, we must not hear that there's lack of people with disability. I mean, if we won't be having them, it really shows that this space of science, innovation, and technology is for the few and specific people. So they just need to make sure that they work hard on that. However, Chair, one would want to actually welcome all the presentations to say, indeed, when we speak science, innovation, and technology, we speak good news, and we are able to see ourselves as better people as South Africa because of you have had with them issues of their financial health. However, one hopes that this financial health and good governance projections and how they are dealing with management and leadership of and governance of this entity, it will be equal to the impact of our people's daily lives. I'm happy that TIA, they have given us a light in terms of what is their responsibility on dealing with gender-based violence and femicide, and one welcomes that, and I hope that some of the entities will then copy in terms of how it is important to include gender-based violence and femicide in their plans in future. Chairperson, on slide 35 of TIA, they indicated that they have created 231 job creation. So I want to check if they can give us an indication in terms of the demographics and where are these particular people located. Because I think as the portfolio committee, we have emphasized the issue that in all these development or empowerment programs, we need to ensure that at least all provinces, all regions are accommodated. And one of the things that I want to emphasize in all we have presented as well is the issue of them including the district development models to actually decentralize services that they think that they are not in other provinces. It is important that all times in their plans, they touch base on the district model and ensure that services that are centralized somewhere, they get decentralized so that we move the South Africa together, not be in pieces and so on. Chairperson, let me go to NRF. I think languages, and I don't want to repeat on that. However, one wants to welcome their position of actually starting something to make sure that everybody understands science, innovation, and technology. And I think it was important that they highlighted that at least we once touched their base. And some of us, we have learned from there that this sun that we see in the morning is the sun that we see at night when it starts. So it is important that these indigenous languages has specific targets, because I'm the person who believes that information is the first enabler for transformation. So it is important that we carry our people through in terms of all this nice information that we have in this particular space. I'm happy about the picture that they have presented on slide 20 with regards to the governance overview. And one would want to say that they must maintain that and ensure that they must create more opportunities for our people. Slide 22 Strategy 2025 must include youth and PWDs. You see, Chairperson, my problem is in other targeted outcomes or achievement, they would emphasize on Black people and women, and they would leave issues of youth and so on. So I just want to emphasize that it is important, colleagues, that as you present plans that have been must carry through the elements of demographics, locations to the end, and as well finances. I'm happy about this continuous National Science Week, Chairperson, and I think some of us, we are able to witness that some of the schools where we are located, they are actually part of these particular programs. We are happy as well, as you said, with the partnership with Nrf to increase funding opportunities. I think it's one of the things that as this particular committee, we must welcome it and make sure that we monitor it, that it goes directly to those who are supposed to benefit. In advancing equality, diversity, and inclusivity in the NSI, it can only be achieved if we strengthen our public participation, public awareness programs, widespread information sharing, as I have emphasized that it is important all over. People must get to know that DSI is well stable in terms of issues of science, innovation, and technology. So let us make sure that we don't miss this part of ensuring that we don't only speak to certain people or scholars, but we speak to everybody. The rural areas must know what is it that you are doing in this particular space. Chair, let me go to CSIR. I want to check with them. Are there any mitigating plans to deal with the declines that they have indicated on slide 13? And if so, can they submit to us a program of action in terms of what is it that they're going to do in terms of achieving those particular declines to the next financial year? Target not met in some of your plans. Can we have a program of action as well to check what is it that is going to be done for those targets that were not met? I'm happy about the human capital capacity strategy. We want to welcome it and as well want to emphasize that there's a need of including everybody and as well increasing the targets. On issues of 28 appointed graduates that have been permanently appointed, Chair, can we have a summary in terms of where are these particular people appointed in terms of the fields of work, or where actually are they being appointed in the department? I think I'm very excited about the issue of the inclusion of TVETs for 4IR skills-based Chairperson. I think you would know, I've got interest, your ECD and TVET is one of the things that I continuously monitor if really what we are speaking on about the articulation to other levels is it happening. So I'm very happy that there's an inclusion of TVET in terms of 4IR skills development. If they have numbers, can they indicate to us so far in terms of how many have benefited and which are those particular institutions specifically, and where are they located in terms of provinces? Chairperson as well, one who wants to emphasize, to say when they were dealing with this particular presentation, they omitted the issue of demographics and designations, and of which some of us, it is important to see that everybody is actually benefiting in all these development opportunities. I want to check on how was the survey conducted, the Gauteng household travel survey. Was it a desktop-based survey, or was it physically done with specific samples, or how was it done? I just need to get clarity so that where I'm at, I'm able to check if really this was a value for money survey, because I'm in Gauteng. The impact catalyst, Chairperson, there's an indication that there's 20 provincial partners in 5 provinces. Can we just get specifically which are those particular provinces, because of we were not told, so that we are able to indicate that they need to actually touch the ground. And lastly, Chair, as I conclude, we hope this health report that we are seeing about the financial health of this institution, that's cost containment, will actually be translated to the lives of our people, because of we believe that science, innovation, and technology is it's about solutions, not creating more problems for the country. So I welcome all the reports, and I wish all our teams the best to ensure that they continue building the South Africa that we want to enjoy. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mananiso. Honorable Sibia.
Thanks, Chairperson. Thanks for our presentations. Allow me to switch off my video. Chairperson, thanks for greetings to everyone. On Anakukutia, I would like to know, how is the entity crowding in acceleration and incubators to massify its reach in the country and to ensure accessibility, particularly in rural provinces? And the other one, what are the gaps in the innovation ecosystem, and what interventions are required to enhance the ecosystem for inclusion requirements as part of the collaborations? And what is the economic value, as it has been said that it has been commercialized in innovation? And NRF, how does the entity prioritize research focus areas in allocating research grants and other research support? And what is the plan of the department to address the shortfall which has resulted to research not being supported? And the other one, how has the entity partnered with other stakeholders to negate the impact of the budget adjustment of 2020, which resulted to the lowering of targets? Who CSIR in year 2019 and 20 financial year, the percentage of female chief researchers was 18.18%, and in the year under review was a decline to 13.13%. What are the causes driving the decrease in this area? The other one, what opportunities in the CSIR not taking advantage of due to limited capacity, and what is the potential socioeconomic impact of those opportunities? And the last one, how is the CSIR addressing impediments to its use by different state entities which can benefit from its capabilities, such as ESCOM? I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Sibia. I don't see other members' hands up. Okay, so I'm assuming those are the only questions for members. I'd like to also find out from my side regarding, and I don't know, Chair of TIA, you'll apologize if you did speak to this in your opening remarks, but if you could just recap or give us a recap regarding the finalization of your CEO, the appointment of the CEO. I think if I have anything else, I'll come back at a later stage. So let's do this. Sorry, I was supposed to allocate responses. So let's do it like this. So we'll start with Tia and then go to the CSIR. No, go to Tia, then the NRF, and then the CSIR for responses. So over to you, Ms. Modise.
Thank you very much, Chair. So let me start with your question regarding the CEO. I did not cover it in my opening remarks, but I did mention the fact that we are currently undergoing a review by the minister, and our ability to appoint a CEO is linked on the outcomes of the review, because we believe that as a board, when we do appoint a CEO, we would like the CEO to be somebody who's fit for purpose, somebody who is able to deliver on what the direction of the organization will be going post the review. So it is linked to the outcomes of the review. So that's the feedback on the CEO. And then there's a few questions that you asked, Chair, which we have noted, most of which Patrick will ask, Patrick, our acting CEO, will answer. And then there's also Member Jane, who asked a question around the 231 jobs, the demographics, and also where they are based. Acting CEO will answer that. And then also Member Drizile Sibia, she asked about accelerators and incubators, gaps in the innovation ecosystem, and then also the economic value of the innovations that we have commercialized. I think I'll leave that to our acting CEO to answer. But one of the questions that Member Dudizile asked regarding gaps in the innovation ecosystem, as somebody who's an entrepreneur in the technology space and also playing a role in the ecosystem and policy space, one of the biggest gaps is funding. There is a huge funding gap for early stage startups. But TIA has been quite proactive around what role do we play in terms of getting more venture capital, training more blank venture capitalists, and also the role of the innovation fund. It's quite pertinent. And then we also have the, I think it's called the Industry Matching Fund that was piloted in 2019. We've been able to, try plug that gap as to how do we de-risk, how do we position ourselves as a de-risker of innovations, because the good thing is we have lots of entrepreneurs coming to TIA and saying, if it wasn't for the early stage funding you gave me, I would not have been able to commercialize my idea. I would not have been able to take this product to market. So TIA does play a big role. It is a big gap, and funding is a huge gap in the innovation ecosystem. But I'll give Patrick, our acting CEO, an opportunity to respond to the rest. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thanks, Chair. I'll put on my screen as well. A couple of questions that have been asked. So, Chair, let me first start by taking the one on the targets and the overachievements, and rightfully so. I think the question is legitimate. As we were doing the analysis ourselves, we had to contend with: are we under planning, or are we setting low targets? So the background to this, because there's a particular background to this, is that when we did our strategic plan, 2020-25, we did that strategic plan just before we were entering the COVID period. And in our initial draft plans, we had big targets, but COVID hit. And we had to reprioritize our budgets along with all other government departments. And we had to be realistic in terms of what is it that we can achieve in the context of the pandemic and the lockdowns. And we had to direct resources into other priorities. So we know that. Now we had to scale down somewhat on our ambitions in terms of other things. So I'm just explaining that to say there was a time when we had to moderate our expectations in terms of what we can deliver in the context of that background. So we continue when we prepare our APPs, and unfortunately, that's just how it happens from a planning perspective, is that when we've got a strat plan, you break it down on an annual basis to say what we will deliver every year. And so when we do our APP, we resort to those numbers because that's what we promised to do. Then that does not necessarily take away the fact that we could, as circumstances change, overshoot the targets. And we have internal management indicators that assist us to overshoot the targets because we plan to achieve more from an internal point of view. So there was an element of conservative planning, Chair, based on the context that surrounded the planning process for the strat plan and the strategic cycle. So I thought that was important to mention. But we quite frankly cannot ignore the resilience of our entrepreneurs and our innovators. It's amazing what COVID has done. It has shown the resilience of our people and the ability to really rise up to the challenges despite what we may have underestimated that. But it's been a good surprise. And I think for us as TIA, it gives us confidence that we're in the right space and we are supporting the right caliber of people that are out there. That is important. We have over the years, and including last year, Chair, have had to host certain programs from our external parties. For example, as I mentioned, the Department of Tourism, we had to do some work with the insurance SITA, and the department itself also gives us specific contracts. Now, when we deliver against those that were not part of our initial situational analysis, they do give us the outputs that contribute to that which we would have committed. So it does help in that sense. And the last point is, we can't pretend and ignore the fact that, like as government, we are under tremendous pressure to perform. That's why my storyline was less about the numbers, it was more about the impact. So we always have to aim to achieve more despite what we've committed on the book, because there's poverty out there and people are interested in us solving their challenges. So we are under tremendous pressure to perform. So it's something that we acknowledge. It drives the right behavior in our own organization, Chair. So that's on the one part. So there's a second question, and a great part of this centered around transformation and inclusivity broadly. And it had to do with how we're dealing with issues of youth, women, people with disability, spatial transformation, and making sure that all provinces that are not receiving the requisite support get there. One point to make broadly, the department is spearheading and leading what we call promoting the development of local innovation systems. And that's where the answer lies, broadly speaking, because the provinces that are not getting enough support from us, it's simply based on their economic structures and their inability to access the funds and the support programs that we have. Now, we have to bring in specific interventions directly to deal with those issues. By way of example, I mentioned the living labs, and I'm talking here only around the geographical expansion of geographical footprint. We are implementing the living labs. Good story, good things that Dr. Mofe is in the room. He's leading that program with us from the department. We are implementing these rapidly and establishing. And these are centers where they will enable entrepreneurs in specific localities to access support and be able to innovate. We have the Grassroots Innovation Program that is really, really targeted at people operating outside of formal systems of innovation in marginalized communities. When we started the program, it's been about 4 years old. We have got 150 entrepreneurs that we've onboarded at 250K each. It's amazing the kind of technologies that are coming out of that. And these are people who are not necessarily university people. They are people who have developed solutions coming from the communities. So those are the programs that we're implementing to reach out to marginalized segments of society. In terms of the designated groups, i.e. women, youth, people with disabilities, I think, and part of the reason why we did this analysis and shared it with the committee is to really show that we are committed to this. We are keeping an eye on the numbers. We are worried because the analytics are the ones that will be able to enable us to put plans in place. Now, what are the plans? With regards to the youth, we used to have a youth technology innovation program that we decommissioned because it was not funded anymore. So we are re-establishing that. We've got a board technical committee that has been established in the board. It's overseeing those matters. We will launch a Women in Innovation program. We will launch an innovation for people with disabilities program. These will be purposely designed interventions, because I think the approach would be to avoid doing analysis at the end of the year to say how many youth have we supported. It has to be part of the plan as a start, and there must be a specific dedicated instrument designed to do exactly that, with proper funding and interventions to achieve those results there. So, Chair, those are the two key things that I thought would speak to, and all of these will respond to the imperatives of the DDM and the objectives of the DDM. And so that is important. Honorable Mananiso asked one question to which I don't have an immediate answer, and I'll confess upfront, around slide 35. That says the number of jobs that we have created, yes, and I can undertake to come back with a split of where these jobs are located and what are the demographics around those. So we haven't gone as deep as that in analyzing and breaking down the numbers. So we'll take that as part of our homework, Chair. But it's a good question because it helps us to begin to look at the different dimensions of how we analyze our information. Honorable Sibia, how are we working to massify our reach with accelerators and incubators? TIA is an organization, and we accept that our mandate is national, and we don't have presence in all of the regions. So we work with what we call implementing partners. At the universities, for example, we are working with offices of technology transfer. They are the ones that source opportunities in the universities across the country, all 26 of them. And they are the ones that evaluate, and we give them the money. They're the ones who distribute and manage the projects. So we use that model to be able to reach out. The seed fund as well has another component. We call it the SMME seed fund. With that, again, we use implementing partners. These are your incubators that qualify and therefore have got the competence and capacity to support technology entrepreneurs, because it's not any incubator that will qualify to kind of work with us in terms of the beneficiary profile. That we work with technology entrepreneurs, and they require, I think, bespoke type of support. So we've got quite a number of those partners, just about 15 of them, that we are working with, like Savant, Cape Town, and Innovation Hub in Gauteng. We give them money. They select and identify issue calls in the market, select the most deserving based on budget availability, and we deploy the funds through them. So we are partnering, but we know that that's not enough. The more money we have, the more partners we will be onboarding. And by the way, just to mention that today, as I leave this meeting, I'm going straight to Sefako University. We have a big event there. We are onboarding them as an implementing partner for the seed fund on health sciences as well. So I'll be going to that event. We are meeting them today. There's one question I didn't hear very well, Chair, and I was just checking with my colleagues. It's around the question of the value of commercialization from Honorable Sibia. I must be honest that I missed the last bits of what was the essence of the question around that. But those are the four that I thought came out. I'll leave the ones around the gaps, in the innovation ecosystem. I think our system is quite dynamic, yes, but there are significant gaps if we are to compare ourselves with others. One of those, and as I mentioned earlier, we have venture capital, and Chair, you mentioned the question of, the support funding for startups, and there's a big gap. That's why our commercialization, I think, efforts are taking a knock because we don't have enough. But also there's the regulatory environment that we have to look at, that enables startups to move very quickly and be able to transact out in the market globally and locally. So we can't ignore those because we tend to only talk about the money. But quite frankly, I think the regulatory environment is quite important. But the support system is there. We have growing venture capital in the country. It's not enough. It's still struggling to look at opportunities from universities. But we're doing a lot of work with the department to try and intervene in that space and solve the challenges within that space. It's only the commercialization question, Honorable Sibiya, that I really missed the essence of. I'll stop there.
Thank you, CEO Chair. I don't know, maybe let's, Honorable Sibiya, would you like to clarify that question before I hand back to the Chair and we conclude with Tia for now? Okay, we'll come back at a later stage once we have clarity on that particular question, CEO. Chair Modise, anything from your side before I hand over to the next entity?
No, nothing from our side, Chair, nothing from our side. And thank you very much for the opportunity.
All right, thank you, colleagues. Okay, let's move then to colleagues from the NRF. Dr. Boko.
Yes, thank you, Chair, and thanks to the members for especially the general comments as well as the specific ones that are addressed to NRF. But we've also noted those, and I think for continuity and also for planning in the future, I will be able to address them adequately. Let me then zoom into the specific questions in terms of the targets, the journalists, and some of the questions which were posed by Honorable Sibiya. I think for those looking at their more at the operational level, I'll request the CEO to help with the responses with the support of the NRF executive team. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson of the NRF Board and the Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee. Maybe let me just start by thanking the committee for the comments, which are quite insightful, and I think they are very useful in helping us think some of the things further. As a way of starting, and some of these I think I'll just reflect on, and my members of the executive team will come in to add in some elements where I will direct them to do so. Maybe let me start by reflecting, Honorable Chair, on the issue of overachievements in general. And it must be admitted that generally, that can be a result of poor planning, but there are areas where it is not because of poor planning. It's because of certain things within the system that affect how we respond or how we then perform in those KPIs. I'll use an example, maybe using three quickly. So the first one being an overachievement in the science engagement environment. So if we just go back in time and you look at how the targets were set, they were set in the year before, which was before we knew how COVID was going to be and how it was going to affect us. When COVID then hit us, we had to then adjust our ways. And of course, at the time, one would not have known how the system will respond. And to our pleasant surprise, you then find that the young cohort is very much interactive, they're very much tech savvy. Therefore, if you're looking at the number of people who are reached by some of our engagements, it sort of became higher on the basis of them being available online. At the time that the target was set, we would not have known how many people will have devices that they can use to interact with us now that we're in a space where you cannot actually have physical meetings. So it came as a surprise. That's one of them. The other ones that you can think of in general, and again, I'm going to generalize here, is things like, for example,
recording stopped.
Things like the number of patient dosages that we are selling. Again, this depends on the market. It could be that for this year, you meet the target squarely. Next year, the market demand is low. The other year, because people are suffering from some sicknesses that require some of our isotopes, then the demand goes higher. So again, it's very difficult to sort of come with a target. And of course, in the true spirit of being an entity that's sort of assisting the country in achieving all these key goals that we have. One will not say because we have reached our number in terms of the patient dosages, therefore let's stop, even if the demand is high. So again, I think it's a target that becomes very difficult to sort of keep strictly to the number, and the overperformance is not necessarily an underplanning. I think it's a question of how the system responds to this. The same way will be applicable even for the targets such as the publications by the national facilities. Honorable members will remember when I presented, I mentioned that there were areas where, for instance, on the research cord within the system, you find that because people could not travel more, they ended up not doing a lot of field work, and then the publications sort of became smaller. But when you look at our space within the national facilities, again, under the same conditions, people were saying we have research data that's available, as opposed to us doing more experiments. We can now use that information that we have to then write publications. Again, no one could sort of have planned or will have known what will be the outcome. Under a different condition, under a different year, the very same outcome can be very different on the same target, simply because it depends on, do you have data that's available at this particular point when you're looking down, or don't you have the data, therefore you are stuck because you need to go and do experiments. So I think it's very difficult to plan. I know that you'd asked this question to the department, and the colleagues from the department are here, so probably they will reflect on this one further. Let me quickly touch on the aspects that were raised by Honorable Mananiso, and I really appreciate the points that you have raised. I think these are excellent points. One that I just want to highlight is the fact that from our strategy 2025, we do look into people with disabilities. We do have aspects of the youth. It's just that the slide that I showed today was just a one-page summary of the overview, but those are things that are very close to our hearts. Just to give you a sense on the people with disabilities, even from a funding point of view, we have, even during the course of this year, exceeded our target on the researchers, on the students with disability. Of course, the number struggles on the researchers themselves. And again, it's a question that depends on what is the size of the pool of people with disability who are in a particular field that we are funding. So if you're saying you want to fund maybe research in agricultural sciences, how many people in that particular space have disability? And we put all effort to understand the size of the pool, and we then say within this pool, who are available to fund. So we keep on doing that continuously. So this is something that's very, very close to us. Maybe one issue that I also want to just reflect before I hand over to my colleagues is the issue on the shortfall that Honorable Sivia raised, and I will ask the department maybe to reflect on this towards the end in terms of what is the gap. I think our outcry has been very clear from the beginning that we don't have enough resources to fund what South Africa requires on the research space, what the entire research enterprise requires. So I think that's a gap that the department, in my view, and we're working very closely with them, but maybe they may reflect on some of the approaches that we have followed. There's a question on the journalists. I will ask Dr. Demonse to respond to this aspect. It's a very critical aspect for us, and maybe in the response we'll also touch on the people that we train in this particular space. There's a question that came around the low demand of researchers, where we ended up not funding the numbers because the demand was low. Dr. Strubel will respond to that question. And then there's a question that came around how we prioritize the research grants, and also maybe reflecting on linking these to the aspect on the cuts that we had. Honorable members will remember we had a 763 million rand cut at the onset of COVID, which affected a number of aspects. And I will ask Mr. Singh to respond to those items, and then we'll then hand over to the chair of the board if there's anything that you'd like to add. So Dr. Damonse, let me start with you. Thank you.
Thank you, CEO, and good afternoon to the Honourable Chair and all the members of the PPC, and to fellow colleagues across the entities here present. I think the question is a valid one, and I will just talk especially to the chair's question around we're not in the business of science journalism, so how did we think through this, and actually what is the practical implementation mode? I agree, and I think we've spoken about it many times, that as the NRF, we're not in the business of developing journalists, but we are very much in the business of supporting and driving science communication. And there was no better time to see this at the time of the COVID epidemic. We had the issue of science communication, the issue of dialogue, the issue of trust and integrity of science being put to the fore on a daily basis through every type of media platform. And what we have found is that the ability to communicate in a way that the public, and by public we really mean a diverse audience and not just learners and teachers, that it really depended to a large extent on the level of communication, the type of communication, the integrity, especially of the communication that went out. In this particular case, long before the COVID era, SASTA had developed, with the support of DSI, a youth science and technology journalism program. So it was a directed program trying to sway the level of content within the media that is focused on science and technology in particular. And so we are coming from an area where we know crime and other issues occupy the highest priority area. But if we're going to have a lot of the social issues funded, we have to have a public that can critically engage on issues of science. So this youth science and technology journalism program currently takes science graduates who, besides those who are in journalism, those who are also unemployed, and gives them training in the practical application of journalism skills. This is in partnership with the Media Development Agency, with the World Science Journalism Forum, with the Science Journalists Association, and even with entities like the Conversation Africa. So it's an effort to, yes, build graduates who have the science background and give them the skills to now talk and write about science. Mostly in terms of reach, we have partnered with community radio stations, because radio, we know, in rural areas is still an area that is or still a platform that is largely the communication platform, and also in community media. Besides radio, community newspapers, community flyers, etc. And we found that that really has started to make a difference in the engagement value and in the different languages in which these articles are being produced. I think one of the things we will think about is simply because, yes, everybody is right, we can't plan for the number of journalists who will communicate, although we are making every effort to change and bring to the conversation many, many more scientists who communicate in indigenous language. What we are doing is working towards also count and plan for, rather than the number of journalists, but the number of articles that are actually produced within the different platforms that are in science and technology broadly and in indigenous languages. So it continues to develop. I think it's an area we cannot ignore, even though we have, let's say, problems with how to count, but I don't think the counting should stop us from continuing to support and develop a very important area of how we engage with the South African public. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Damons. I almost said Honorable Damons. Let me
oh my goodness.
Dr. Subel, please go ahead.
CEO, thank you very much, and warm thanks for this opportunity to all the honourable members. The question I will focus on is specifically on the low uptake of researchers, and hence you saw that number in the summary of indicators. There is actually a very high demand of researchers for funding. And the response is in multiple parts, colleagues. Number one, as has been emphasized, and a challenge across the system, is simply too little funding. Apart from the fact of the significant cut in research funding a while ago, we simply cannot reach all the applications that are fundable. As an example, in some of the specialized knowledge areas for established researchers, in paleosciences, in marine sciences, etc., we have a year-on-year inadequacy of funding of around 150 million rand that we are not able to fund those researchers applying who qualify for funding. For the past year, and that is the specific lower number that you have noticed, it is as a result, in many cases, of multi-year grants or funding that has been affected at the beginning of COVID, and we still see the tail end of that. But obviously that will increase, and we have a very dedicated focus to reach that target. But secondly, also from, as the CEO has explained, from the mobility environment and from the bilaterals with a large number of countries that we collaborate with on research. In many cases, though, those countries have also stopped their funding during this pandemic period. And hence we saw then a lower uptake of the matching funding that has been brought here. A general challenge that we sit with, colleagues, and we very much focused on this, is indeed the low uptake of researchers of research funding in specialized areas. And this is either because of a low base of researchers in areas of geographic and strategic advantage of South Africa. And that is, of course, what guides the research investment areas for the majority of the NRF, but also, of course, inclusive of all the other areas for a consolidated research development program. And many initiatives link to that to look at these areas of low demand to increase the quality and the capacity of researchers in those areas. So sterling examples, for instance, is in the broader marine area, where the POLISA program of the National Facility in Aquatic Biodiversity has really reached large numbers of emerging researchers for that quality development environment to provide excellent funding. And you will, of course, be aware of the significant work that the astronomy space through SARAO is conducting. One final aspect that I would like to mention is, of course, also the capacity at the universities, not only in training and supporting, also informed by a funding base, but for a large part also informed by the capacity of many of our universities to focus on researcher development. And of course, that is part of the responsibility, if you will, of the NRF to work very closely with the research community to identify areas where increase in quality is necessary and to take that further. We will next year announce, for instance, in close collaboration with the DSI, stronger university programs for longer term engagements in areas of need, but also to, as a collective, expand the quality and the quantity of research output, which then implies an increase in excellent researchers applying to the NRF. Linked also, as a final comment, colleagues, to this last point, is that we need to improve the quality of the applications to the NRF in order for higher qualification or fundable rates of many of the researchers. And that back loops, of course, to the aspect of research development, the role of universities, and the so-called co-responsibility of the system, if you will, to ensure a holistic and integrated approach to quality, better applications, and hence, therefore,
an initiative to increase that numbers of researchers applying. If you'll allow me, and just to add to the CEO's comment on the relatively low number of people with disabilities in the researcher cohort, for the past year, we have noticed that to a large extent, it is also linked to a reporting aspect of people with disabilities applying for grants to the NRF. So there's numerous examples where people simply do not record that, and hence it is not counted. There's a specific initiative currently within the research development area of the NRF to look at that critically, and for us to have an understanding of the true numbers, and hence then report on that accordingly. Thank you, CEO.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sobel. CFO, Mr. Singh.
Thank you. My camera is on, but I'm still seeing you. Can you see me?
We can see you, yeah. Please go ahead.
All right, let me continue. I see you on the screen. Thank you, CEO, and afternoon to you, honorable members and other colleagues on the platform. I think, Honorable Sibia, regarding the funding challenges in the NRF, I think we note that, you know, the funding constraints, you know, is a reality in the public sector. Dr. Strubel covered quite a few of the areas in which we are looking at how we prioritize research. But I am confident to say that one of the things that has happened since we had those budget cuts that the CEO referred to earlier on in the amount of 763 million, that figure has been restored. And I must say thanks to Treasury and government. However, what we are focusing now on is an aggressive revenue diversification model. I think in that vein, we have started a process of partnering with many organizations, and you'll see it in the media. There's some communiques that go out from the CEO with organizations that we have engaged with, but also such partnering is not limited locally. Internationally, we're working on several projects currently, which will result in, and I'm proud to say that we are reporting here 4.4 billion Rand income. Our forecast for this year is for the first time going to breach the 5 billion Rand mark. And I think those details regarding the you know, external funders, we have them and we'll probably report them in future. So quite a comprehensive range of initiatives in the NRF to bolster the revenue stream of the NRF, but more particularly that revenue that goes to our students and to our researchers. That's not money for the NRF, and we're working hard on that. CEO, I'm sure I've covered what you asked me to talk about. If I've missed anything, I can always pick up. Thank you.
You have, thank you very much. Let me just check with the chair of the board, Dr. Obobo, if there's anything you want to add before we hand over back to the chair. In fact, let me hand over to you, Chair of the NRF. If you have nothing to add, you can then hand over to the chair.
Yeah, no, thanks, CEO, and thanks to the executive team. I think we've covered all the questions which were posed by the committee members. And I think now we can then proceed and yeah, for the chair then to continue with the proceedings. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chair, and to CEO for those responses. I was kicked out for a great duration of some of your responses because of load shedding. Literally been trying to hop between one device and the other. But I hope that the Secretariat was able to capture those responses adequately, and where members feel that their questions were not sufficiently responded to, you may indicate so in writing. I'd like to then hand over to the CSIR and request that colleagues please keep their cameras off so that we can we can see how our network maybe could be more stable. So let me hand over to the CEO, Dr. Dlamini.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson. So let's start with the comments from the chair, particularly around the overachievement, maybe even the underachievement of targets. And some of the comments that have been made by TIA and the NRF apply to the CSIR. But I think this is a very relevant question to ask. And behind it, of course, is the issue of, are we setting stretched targets? Or are we not, stretching ourselves with regards to the targets that we set? But at the same time, ensuring that when we stretch, we also stretch in a manner which is realistic. That we don't overstretch to a point where we can cause lead to a negative effect in terms of performance. So I think the stretch needs to be underpinned by a level of realism. Interesting enough, at our last board strategy session in August, this was a topic of discussion between the executive and the board. And we spent a lot of time, I think, unpacking this issue. And I think in our case, the response to this question also needs to be context specific. If I look at the CSR, for instance, we start the year with 40%, 50% of our revenue secured for the year. Now, revenue, of course, drives everything that we do. Without income, we'll not be able to deliver any of those outputs that you see. So when we plan, there's a significant amount of risk that is factored into the plan, which could lead to an upside or a downside in terms of our performance, because there's a high level of uncertainty, in terms of what goes into the plan that we submit to the shareholder. So we need to keep that in mind, in terms of, how we then interpret the targets that we set for ourselves within the organization. But be that as it may, we go through a very rigorous planning process within the CSIR, which has sort of a top-down, a directive, but also, a bottom-up approach. And when these two meet, I think that is when then I think one tries to find a realistic sweet spot in terms of what would be the realistic targets for the CSR, informed by historical performance, informed by what we know for certain for the year and the risk that is present within that. And of course, also informed by our ambitions in terms of where we wish to go with the organization. So there's always this issue, of saying, how does one then set targets that are achievable? Our view is that our targets are stretched, but there's always this element of risk that we need to deal with. I'd like to maybe use an example just to illustrate the point. If you look at patents that were granted in the previous year, we exceeded our target by 100% in terms of patents still. But to a large extent, that is something that is completely outside of the control of the CSIR. Because if you follow the patent application process, you file a priority patent, it goes through an examination process. Once it enters examination, the whole process is outside of the control of the organization. But of course, we'll look at what is in the pipeline, look at where the patents are in terms of examination, look at, if there are potential challenges that we anticipate in terms of that patent being granted, look at historically how long it has taken for those patents in particular jurisdictions to be approved. And then we'll come up with an indicative figure in terms of where we think we ought to be. But it could very well be that, we can underperform or overperform that figure, because there's so much uncertainty and there's so much that is outside of the control of the organization with regards to that particular issue. So I think one needs to take that into account. But the question is a valid question to be asked. We don't think that we set low targets. We think we set targets which are stretched, but which are also realistic, because we need to balance those two. Hence, in some cases, we don't meet the targets we've set for ourselves. In some instances, we exceed them, to varying degrees. There was a question around the female chief researcher target not being met. Maybe I can answer that very quickly. So we started the current financial year with 15 chief researchers within the organization. At some point, we went up to 18, the previous financial year, pardon me. We went up to 18 chief researchers. We had 3 resignations. Unfortunately, one of those resignations was a female. So last year, we had 20% of our chief researchers being female. We're now currently sitting at 13% because we lost 1 female chief researcher. And that has led then to the reduction from 20% to 13% that you see this year. But we have a very strong pipeline of female principal researchers that hopefully over time, will migrate into the position of chief researcher. It's a very dynamic space. There are people coming in and people leaving, and we have to do our best in terms of course trying to retain the chief researchers that we have within the organization. Maybe Andile can add, Mr. Mabindisa can add to that later. If I then move on to the questions by Honorable Mananis, there was a question around gender and disability. I think we take the point. It's an issue that we consider to be of significant importance within the organization. Hence, we report on these things and we actively drive the issues of gender transformation, but also the issues of disability. Currently, the CSIR has 2% of our staff being colleagues with disabilities, and it's still about below the national average of about 5%. But we continue to make strides in terms of creating more opportunities to bring colleagues with disabilities, to the CSIR in areas which will allow, I think, for the colleagues to be able to work. So we will continue to do that. And the Youth Employment Service Program is one of the initiatives that has served us well in terms of driving this particular issue. But of course, it goes beyond that. Then there was a question around slide 13 where we showed the overall performance of the organization over the past 3 years. And the question was if there are any plans to address this. Of course, those plans sit in our annual plans. So if you look at the current plan, there are a number of initiatives that we are driving to try and improve that performance. And similarly, also in terms of our plan that we are preparing for 2023-24. But I want to mention that if you look at a number of those areas where we have seen a decline, there are sort of a cause and effect, they're sort of leading and lagging indicators. And if you look at the leading indicators, that perhaps led to the ripple effect that we saw in terms of reduction, in terms of publication equivalence and so on and so forth. Primarily those speak to income. When I mentioned that our public sector income reduced by 24%, and a significant portion of that came from the Department of Defense. And we've had many engagements. My colleague, Dr. Maseramula, can speak to that, with colleagues from DOD, with AMSCO, to try and address that particular situation. But there's an element which is outside of the control of the organization, where we, this is how the system is. If the economy is growing at 2%, that's what we have to try and deal with. And therefore, as much as we can plan and have all kinds of strategies and all of these things that we think about, you reach a point where, there's the system that then needs to work with us in terms of trying to improve, I think, those elements. The question around the 28 appointed graduates, Mr. Mabindisa, perhaps you can take that question for us, as well as the issue around the TVETs, how many have benefited and so forth. Mr. Mabindisa, perhaps you can provide those details if you have them available. Then there was a question around the Gauteng household travel survey. Dr. Malinga, if you can answer that question. And then the question on the impact catalyst, which provinces, Dr. Maseramula, if you can answer that. Then I think the comment around cost containment and translating this to the lives of our people, I think we take the comment. But of course, from the point of view of the CSIR, our impact comes from the work that we do. In fact, cost containment is not a good thing, because if we are containing costs, it means we are doing less. So we want to do more. but we want to do more in a manner which is sustainable for the organization. Now, in an environment where the income is declining in certain areas, then you are forced to do cost containment. I think it's not something that we do by choice. It's something that happens because of the circumstances that we find ourselves. If I then move to Honorable Sbiya, now we take the comment around the percentage female chief researchers. I think I've already responded to that. There was a question around opportunities, which I didn't understand. So perhaps you can assist me by perhaps reiterating that question. Then the last question that you raised, more of a comment and a question around impediments. What the CSR is doing in terms of addressing the impediments for state-owned entities to use the CSIR. I think it's a very valid question, because it speaks to an issue that we've raised with this committee many times in the past, around the impediments that affect our ability to live up to the expectation of our mandate, where if the CSIR, or if a state entity, it could be a government department, it could be an SOE, wants to do work with the CSR, National Treasury says, no, you cannot do that. You need to go out on a public procurement process. Now, that is the major, or the most significant impediment in terms of the ability of the state to make use of the capacity that the state has created to support the state. I think if that issue can be addressed, certainly, I think the CSR has potential to make an even greater impact in terms of the work that we are doing. But that is a major obstacle. Unfortunately, we can raise it as an issue. We've made comments in terms of the public procurement bill. We engage with and get support. We're grateful for that from our shareholder department of the Ministry of Higher Education, Science and Innovation. The officials in the DSI work very closely with us to try and help us unlock this particular issue. But it's a constant battle. It's a constant battle which delays, in fact, and limits the ability of the state to deliver that which it needs to deliver. I think at some point we did an exercise in terms of missed opportunities or projects that we were not able to execute because of this particular issue. I think 2 years ago, that figure came to about 450 million rands of missed opportunities for the CSR to make a contribution towards addressing this particular issue. So it's a matter that remains unresolved, but to a large extent, it is out of the control of the CSIR. I'd like to now invite my three colleagues, maybe starting with Mr. Mabindisa, to talk on the issue of the interns that were appointed and the TVETs, and then Dr. Malenga and Dr. Maserumude to follow suit on the other question. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, CEO. CEO, I'll also touch on some of the issues that were raised. Let's starting with Honorable Mananiso about the gender mainstreaming. So just here to say, if one looks at the CSIR, there are deliberate efforts, right, and plans to ensure, right, that we focus, right, on females in the organization. And if one looks at the past 2 years in terms of the increase in terms of the females within the set space, right, we are sitting at around 39%. That's where we've seen growth in that space, and as well as overall, right, within the CSIR, both set and support. So we're sitting around 36%. And here this is through the recruitment efforts and as well as the specific programs that are directed, right, towards ensuring that we grow females and also that we empower females within the CSIR. And then there was also a question around the gender. It was not a question, but a comment around gender violence and femicide. Just to mention that in our presentation, we selected a few activities, strategic activities that we focus on. But just to mention that this is also one, it's high on the agenda, right, within the CSIR. And we address it through a number of programs, looking at a very comprehensive wellness program within the CSIR that focuses on the psychosocial issues, but also it's also supported by the various forums that we have that tackle the various topics and to educate CSIR employees, ranging from the men's conference, so that we have within the CSIR, the Women Forum, and as a matter of fact, I mean, yesterday there was a workshop on women, right? And that was arranged by the Women's Forum that focused on a particular topic. And we also have the Youth Forum as well. So this is where we tackle a number of topics, right, that are of interest within the CSIR and also nationally. So then there was a question that was asked in terms of how do we mitigate the decline of the chief researchers and principal researchers. And again, here, programs that are directed, right, to ensure that we grow within the CSIR. So here we're talking about the Accelerated Researcher Development Program, which we touched on earlier. But also, we recently had an approval, right, from EXCO of 3 programs. One program, right, is that of the Principal Researcher Development Program, where we are growing the senior researchers, right, to principal researchers. And there's an investment, a deliberate investment, right, to ensure that we focus, right, on transformed candidates, right, and ensure that. Then the second one, it's the Capability Investment Development Program, where we're looking at chief researchers, right, and ensure that we attract them into the CSIR. And then the third one, right, is to ensure that the chief researchers that we have within the CSIR, we keep them. So, and we co-created, right, a framework with the chief researchers and the principal researchers that talks to the attraction and as well as the retention, right, of the chief the researchers. And there's a program, a clear program that we follow, right, in terms of ensuring that we grow, right, and also we keep, right, the principal and as well as the chief researcher cohort. So in terms of then the GITs, the 28, where are they? And also in terms of the programs, the fields. So just to touch on a few, here we're talking the fields of, for instance, mechatronic engineering, electrical engineering, both light and heavy, right? Current, we're talking aeronautical engineering, chemical engineering, and geoinformatics as other examples. And the CEO earlier on in his presentation touched on the 9 clusters, and these colleagues, right, are based in those 9 clusters. So, and then the next one was around the TVETs. So just to mention that, and TVETs, and here we're talking the learning factory, that we started the journey, right, about 2 years ago, where the CSIR University, we established the master learning factory, right? And what we are currently doing now, it's piloting a learning factory, right, at the East Cape, Midlands, TVET colleges, and here focusing on the students, right, at that college, right, and partnering, right, with the automotive industry. So here we partnering with VW, right, with Continental tires, etc., and you then see the benefit, right, that and it has a multiplier effect, right, in terms of people who are benefiting, right, from this learning factory, right, initiative. So here we're just talking of a pilot within the East Cape, Midlands TVET, but we'll be replicating the 17 other TVET colleges as My colleague, Dr. Maseremule, mentioned earlier on that we want to at least have 2, right, in each province. So, and that's what we are doing, right, in that space. And then in terms of the question that was asked by Honorable Duduzi Nesibiya, and that the CEO touched on, yes, the causes, retirement and also resignations. And unfortunately, one of our Black South African chief researchers, and was recently promoted, was then poached by one of the universities. I'm not going to mention the name. However, we are in a process, right, of continuing, right, to develop our own principal researchers, 2 chief researchers. So that's the natural pipeline, but also the investment that I mentioned earlier on, right, the capability investment development program. So it will help us, right, to grow the numbers. And we are happy to mention that in the last career ladder assessment that we had a female, right, who was promoted, and we've opened another career ladder assessment that will then, where we'll then be announcing, right, the successors or those who are promoted. And we are happy to mention that in that we have a Black South African principal researcher, right, who has a high potential, right, to be promoted, right, to the chief researcher status. So, and we, in terms of the numbers, we confident that will grow through the capability investment development program and the natural, right, growth within the CSIR that will grow the numbers beyond the 18 numbers or the numbers that are reported currently. So with that, I would like to go to hand over back to the CEO. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mabindi. Dr. Malinga.
Thank you very much, CEO. Members, the question was around how did we go about conducting the Gauteng household survey. This was done by outsourcing the work of enumeration to an external company under our supervision, and we went to taxi ranks, collected the data, having oversight on the collection of the data and ensuring its credibility and validity. And then we did the analysis of the data and the interpretation and the compilation of the report that was then published. That was the first edition of this work. And on Monday, we are going to be launching the second edition of this work. And that's the approach that we take. And indeed, we believe that this approach goes beyond just the report that we issue. The outsourcing to other companies allows us then to extend the work that we do to others. And indeed, it ensures that young people who are not employed are involved in such projects through enumeration and the analysis of the data wherever that can be done. But the bulk of the work in terms of the interpretation and the big data analytics is done by the CSIR. Other work that we do in this area involves and is related to this, where we collect data from the taxi ranks, the statistics of ownership, whether it's squad patrol and so on and so forth. And so that's the approach that we tend to take. It's not a desktop analysis. Thank you very much, CEO.
Thank you, Dr. Malinga. Dr. Maseremule, do you want to answer the question on the impact catalyst?
Thank you, Dr. Dlamini. Now, honorable members, the impact catalyst has presence in 4 provinces: Limpopo, Mpumalanga, Northwest, and Northern Cape. And it's important to remind you that this is largely where there are mining operations. So the number 20 comes from areas. If you take Limpopo, for instance, there are multiple towns in which there are mining operations, and so the the operating entities will support areas around the mine where there is a radius of influence, so to speak. For instance, there will be schools that are being supported for different things, and other businesses, but it is informed by where the operations are of the participating mining houses, where they are trying to make sure that the quality of life it is improved, there is more economic activity, and something that can outlive the mining operations into the future. Thank you, Dr. Dami.
No, thank you very much, colleagues. Honorable Chairperson and members, that concludes our response to the questions raised. But of course, if there's anything that we've missed, we will gladly address that as well. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, colleagues, for those responses. Mr. Mofa, I'm going to now hand back to you as the department for your responses to some of the questions or comments that may have come about. I think also maybe could have asked this question to Tia, but I think I can also ask it to yourselves regarding the Tia ministerial review and how far we are with that. But also I think there's an ongoing concern, particularly in the engagements with the CSIR regarding creating an enabling environment for an entity like the CSIR to earn revenue from within the system, and that speaks more so to some of the regulations by National Treasury and so forth. Just trying to see if there's any other matters that I perhaps would like to just highlight for the department. And then I think, in our engagements, we've had a lot of engagements regarding the decadal plan, but just one doesn't want to assume that there may be changes to some of the programs of the entities to align with the decadal plan. But once it's finalized, of course, but there's an assumption that they should, to create the type of synergy that we want to see within the system. And then lastly, in relation to, I think, in relation to the CSIR board, are we working hard enough to ensure there's no disjuncture between, the end of the one board's term and the beginning of the other? And then was it Dr. Oboko who had whispered in my ear, I think at the awards, that her term would soon be coming to an end as well? If we could just have a recap of when that is and what we're doing to ensure that there is no gap and there's like seamless transition from one to the other, if I'm not mistaken in that regard. And then, I think we'll leave it at that for now. Thanks, Mr. Mwafe.
Okay, thanks very much, Honorable Chairperson. I think I will just start with the latest matters that you have highlighted. One being the ministerial review for TIA, which has been concluded. The minister is soon going to be meeting with the board just to indicate to them what the recommendations are, so that I think that will also inform the caliber of the CEO that will be required to take the entity where it's supposed to go, as a result then open up to enable the appointment process. Regarding the boards for both the CSIR and the NRF, yes, the process of the appointment of the boards is quite advanced. In fact, the plan, I think, is to get this concluded by the 30th of November. And I know that the current boards, just to ensure that seamless transition, would have also received letters of extension to cover the coming of the new board and the end of their terms. Then there's a number of issues that were raised, and I would like to really start with the matter that the CEO of the CSIR made reference to, the issue of the role of the CSIR. I think what this country needs to realize is that in the CSIR, we've got the biggest technology asset that actually a lot of countries would wish they have had. And you might have picked up from the presentations, whether it is Dr. Masirimule speaking about the work that is being done around defense technologies, whether it is relevant reference that is made to cybersecurity, whether it is us beginning to position South Africa in terms of the modernization of various aspects of our economy. And the pity, of course, is that that very asset that we probably aren't seeing as a country is what other countries are seeing. And I really, as Dr. Dlamini has said, we still want to say, in my view, the first point of call for the technology needs of this country is the CSIR. And as and when perhaps there are other issues, then we can decide otherwise. And this is because there are other technologies that we source that are of such a strategic nature that you cannot just go out and get it out from any Jim and Jack, because it does compromise your technological sovereignty as a country. And if we want to maintain that, I think we will engage more on the CSIR's capabilities. We are working with the team in the CSIR just to really package what the CSIR can do. And of course, the kind of the opportunity cost that exists because of us not utilizing them. There was a matter raised around the issue of planning and the targeting. And I think Dr. Neromodo explained some of the issues that relates to that. And we have had the same experience, for example, where you talk about training, where that was restricted previously by facilities and infrastructure. And now when you open up to online platforms, then you realize that the numbers just explode. So that's just really one aspect. However, there are instances that a chairperson, as you have raised concern, we have engaged our entities or some of the entities where we felt that the planning on the targeting was really poor and it needed to be improved. And one way that we always advise on as a department is that some of these targets, before you actually escalate them into your annual performance plan, you need to establish the baseline so that when you actually come and say we are targeting this, you have had a sense of what the baseline looks like so that you can really plan better. So we are hoping that in addition to those explanations that were given, that there are indeed areas where better planning needs to be implemented. I really won't emphasize too much because it's quite important, the points that were raised by Dr. Beverly Damons around science journalism support. We were beginning to see instances where political commentators were starting to talk on scientific and health matters, and that is very unhelpful. So us really having these programs where you train young graduates into communicating science, one, it also helps us in dealing with fake news, because then you've got people who are taught appropriately what certain aspects of science are about. And then we really appreciate that program. And we have had previous successes in this area, for example, during the time of SKA, where we had a number of people who were trained in science journalism who were our important mouthpieces in just communicating the science around the square kilometer array, its importance and its value, and so on and so forth. So it's one program that we feel we're going to continue to build on. We take the points that has been made around what we call the spatial transformation of our programs. In other words, making sure that when we talk about the CSIR, the Technology Innovation Agency, HSRC, NRF, that when we go even to the most remote villages and rural areas and townships, that their offerings can actually be known by ordinary people and that they can be accessible. So it's an area where we have started to make some inroads, as you probably would have seen with some of the presentation. But of course, that aspect of reach will differ from entity to entity. But it's one area that we have committed ourselves into delivering on, including aspects of transformation around matters of disability, women, young people, and so on and so forth. So I think I'll probably stop it at that. The last point really being around the funding shortfalls. I mean, we have deliberated on this so many times, and as science and technology and innovation, I think we have demonstrated in working with our entities and other partners that actually we can contribute to the betterment of society using science, technology, and innovation, and hence more funding in this area will actually help, which is why we're working very hard to strengthen our hand on the aspect of budget coordination for the decadal plan implementation. Thanks very much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Morfe. Can I trust that you've now represented the department, or are there any other colleagues from the department who would like to add anything? I know Dr. Masera Mule was on the platform. Rebecca Masera Mule, that is.
Yeah,
because I realized there's two on the platform.
No, thank you, Chair. I would like to weigh in, and I appreciate you not confusing me and Matodis. Dr. Masera Mule, I appreciate that. I just want to weigh on two things. One was really around the issue of, I know you mentioned around the reporting on gender-based violence. I would say that, for years we've been reporting on gender equality and social inclusion. So most of that reporting has focused on, number of senior managers who are women or youth, or, issues around how our procurement happens. But just recently, over the last 2 or 3 months, we've actually started reporting on what the department is doing around gender-based violence. And then also we're now trying to see how to incorporate the gender-based violence programs of our entities so we can do a comprehensive reporting for the DSI. So this is something recent, and I think over time, as we do more reporting, we'll probably improve our reporting, the indicators, and ensuring that we can have a positive impact. And then on the issue around overachievement and so forth, I think one of the things we have to realize is, I think mostly scientists, and I would say former scientists, are known to be very modest individuals. So they're more likely to underpromise and overdeliver. And the question is, you do that because you don't want to lose credibility around missing targets. But I guess the question is, how do we, kind of move away from our comfort zones and start stretching our targets in such a way that we don't lose credibility by overachieving so often. But then I would think that one of the challenges towards wanting to, stretch our targets is this instance where whenever there's, and if you go back to the GERD, the gross expenditure for R&D, which actually has been reducing over time, especially since we had the challenges globally in 2008, 2009 with the economic downturn. We really haven't seen a market increase since that downturn. So I think what has to happen in South Africa is we have to kind of change our response to challenges. So let's say under COVID, we had lots of people going into a state of hunger and challenges. So the state's response is to always say, let's feed people hungry. But then I would say that we need to always take a two-pronged approach to, increase funding towards, immediate hunger, but also increase funds towards ensuring that hunger doesn't occur in the first place. And I think for me, if we can say that when it comes to when the chips are down, we don't have a lot of funding, that we don't go against the natural inclination, which is to reduce funding, but to increase funding so we can respond to the challenges more effectively, then I think you'll see the NSI as a general responding in a much more positive way by promising more as a way of understanding, that we can have more impact. And I think in terms of the TIA presentation. Happy to hear, this part of my oversight, happy to hear that they had the e-certification system and that they are moving in the right direction towards issues which are relevant to the people of South Africa. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Masira Mule, as well as Mr. Mofe, for your inputs on behalf of the department. Thank you very much to all colleagues from the different entities, chairs and CEOs, CFOs, and all colleagues who have participated this afternoon. Thank you very much to honorable members who participated, who are listening. Thank you to all. To citizens, actually, who are watching on YouTube, on Facebook, on Twitter, on the Parliamentary channel, on 408. Thank you to all those who continuously raise concerns, all those in the National System of Innovation, students, who continuously raise their concerns with us as members of Parliament, that aids and enables us to hold yourselves to account, because as members of Parliament, we are just but an extension of the citizens that we represent. We don't ask the questions that we ask for our own, leisure, but to ensure that the people of South Africa are this morning going into the afternoon. Many observations have been made, some regarding concerns in the sector, others highlighting great work that is being done that can only but be strengthened. I think it was the chair or the CEO of the CSIR who indicated that they guard their current audit outcome with all their ability. And I think, colleagues, ours is to always strive for a clean audit, clean audit, schoon, audit. So ours is always to strive for that, of course, but it must be coupled with impact. Good governance, good management, good financial management is meaningless if the daily lived realities of citizens does not change. And so one thing about this department that is always refreshing, Mr. Mofe, soon to be doctor, I'm speaking it into existence, is one thing what's refreshing about this department is that we're moving beyond dealing with really dire issues around governance and management, but and moving towards robust discussions around impact. What are we doing? What innovations do we have? How many innovations are we commercializing? What projects are here or there? Who's benefiting from those projects? Why are we not inventing this? That's how are we solving this health crisis? How are we resolving this climate change issue? I think it's such a refreshing space to be in, because now we're speaking to the core mandate of the department and its entities. And really, we need to implore on yourselves to keep it up, colleagues. Where there's irregular expenditure, let us nip that in the bud, colleagues. We want to see in your audit action plans that you will submit to us how you're going to address those. Where there are vacancies, let us fill them. Where we have regressed in terms of representation, let's fix that. And let's indicate in our audit action plans how we're going to fix that. I think it was Dr. Oboko who said, who basically said that, because in some of the inputs we make as members, we understand that ours is to reflect. I don't want to say interrogate. Ours is to reflect on the performance of the department and its entities during this particular B-triple-R process, yes? But in our reflections of of the performance of the department and its entities, is to say, what then do we need to do better going forth, right? So that is why I asked, for example, try to understand how this, for example, the work we're trying to do around journalism and making the space more inclusive through reporting in indigenous languages, how does it happen so that our planning of it can somehow
perhaps have a better correlation to the outcome of it. That's why I asked the question around planning and targeting, planning and our outcomes, or targeting and our outcomes, and even relating to budget. I think we're very well aware as a committee on some of the restraints that come with the budget, and even asking the question to say, are you perhaps conservative in some of your planning because of the budgetary constraints that we have? It's because we are continuously trying to work together with yourselves and saying, how do we plan better? And how do we, through our reflections of how we've performed this year, inform our planning going into next year? Because colleagues, I've been saying this the past 2 weeks, and I have to say it because I don't know if everyone watches all our engagements, like CEO Nelwa Mondo. I know he tries to catch up with us from time to time, but colleagues, this process enables when we're dealing with your annual plans, performance plans, it sometimes feels a bit late for us, So it is in this process now, when we're reflecting on our performance, that we're able to say, actually, as we go back and start planning now for, the next year, these are the considerations that we would like you to make in terms of how you go about planning. So thank you very much, colleagues. There's a number of matters that, of course, we've observed. There's a number of recommendations that have been made, and we really hope that some of them will be encompassed in your audit action plans, of course, guided by the recommendations coming from the Auditor General of South Africa, but also that in your plans for the following year, some of our recommendations and observations will also be considered. Let us, you see, colleagues, now that you know how to do everything else well, we have to stress this, that with all these great innovations that you have, no one must be left behind. So we need to be intentional about inclusivity and representation and transforming this particular space. And we need to be intentional about impact. And where we need to work with yourselves, CEOs of the different entities, in maybe, engaging with other departments where, you have great innovations, and you need you need a lobby, you need a motive force to say, yeah, we have this e-certify innovation, but how do we make sure that it's not only piloted in some corner somewhere, but we get the whole Department of Home Affairs, Department of Police to buy into it and say, yes, we want to see this, in all our police stations. And how do you then be given platform to present such an innovation to the portfolio committee so that they can be a motive force for the work that you're doing in the sciences? So thank you very much, colleagues, for your time. We look forward to your audit action plans, and we will need for them to be submitted to the committee within a month after the adoption of our report on this budgetary review and recommendation process. Thank you so much. This meeting has come to an end.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Take care. Thanks, Chair. Bye.
Thank you. Nice weekend, everyone.